Hello? Hello, hello? Oh, okay. Well, now you should be able to hear my voice. Somehow I had the wrong mic selected, which is very strange. Maybe, okay. So now you should be able to hear my voice. I'm doing my sound test. See, this is why I do the sound test. I wouldn't have realized that somehow, you know, OBS was using the wrong mic. And you guys would not have been able to hear me. So now that I've done this, it seems like the volume levels are okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. Maybe I can put the mic just a little bit further away from me. Okay, now, hello guys. So we're back. Today, I called the stream, we're doing it all today, because, I mean, you know, at least that's the plan. Not to finish the game, so that's not what I mean by doing it all. What I mean is we're going to be doing a little bit of everything. Because we are slowly but surely inching our way towards the end of the project. In fact, you know, it's week 3. First week was not very productive. Week 2 was extremely productive. And so far this week has been okay in terms of progression. Monday I was super tired. Wasn't a great stream. I didn't do that much. On Tuesday, I did a lot. It was a really good stream. And yesterday, I did a decent amount of stuff, but it was a very long stream for how much was done. I feel like I wasn't super productive. So, you know. Today, though, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff. So, you can see 3 things in the to-do, the post-it. So, activatable, lookable. I'm going to talk about that real soon. We're going to start with this. Then, fire particles. You probably know what that means. We're going to do a particle system using... basically a Niagara system, which is the, you know, the particle system maker in Unreal Engine. And we're going to be doing a bit of puzzle design. So yes, we're going to be starting to make some puzzles that actually work. Especially, I would like to start doing the UI puzzles, because there's going to be a lot of like custom UIs that I make. It's fine if it's kind of blocked out for now. And by blocked, I mean, you know, it's just a bunch of squares with colors and it doesn't look that good. It's fine. I can make it look more like a real screen eventually. But for now, I just want to have a functional UI in which you can enter like inputs and see if you're getting the correct answer or not. And if you are, then I trigger stuff, right? So all of that I want to do today. You know, if you've tuned into the stream or you've looked at when it started, you may realize that, you know, it is a little later than usual. So I want to do all of that in today's stream, even though I started later than usual. Well, tonight, it turns out that my partner actually has something with friends. So I'm going to be able to stream longer, you know. I say able, you know, I can stream when she's there, but I don't really like doing it because I am speaking out loud. You know, it's pretty loud in the apartment when I'm speaking and stuff. I feel like I'm bothering her maybe when she's here and I'm streaming. So sometimes I'll do it like when I'm doing a night stream or something. But I try not to do it too much. And I try to only do it when I'm doing more calm and relaxed stream. You know, like just my daily stream where I'm trying to have a lot of energy, be focused, do a lot. I prefer to do it when she's not there. So that's the first reason. I can finish much later than usual. But also, I did have a recipe to make today for dinner, but I already made it. In fact, that's what I ate for lunch. And yes, I will be eating it again for dinner. It's a pretty good recipe that I made. You know, it's how do you say that? It's lentils? Do you say it like that? In English, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't do a lot of cooking in... But yeah, lentilles. So lentil, if it's food, right? Yeah. Contact lens for... Yeah. Because we say lentille in French. Both for lentil, like the food, and also, yeah, lens for the, you know, optical lens. So they're lentilles in both cases. So I guess it's because they have the same shape. So yeah, you say lentil for the food, and yeah, lens, I know. A lentil, I wasn't too sure. I thought it was that, so I guess I was right. So, and it's, oh, how do you say that? Ragu? It's, ragu is stew. Yeah. So basically, it's a lentil stew that I made with a couple of vegetables inside and stuff. It's vegetarian, but Like, we've been eating a lot of meat in this household in the past couple days and last weekend as well, and a lot of cheese and stuff like that. So, you know, I felt like something that was pretty low in fat, yet, you know, fulfilling, but low in fat and, you know, maybe not that much meat. I felt like we were overdue for that kind of meal, so I made that. Pretty good one. Maybe you guys will see when I'm going to be eating dinner, because I'm probably going to be eating dinner on stream as I keep working. It's going to be a really long stream, okay? Well, really long. I did start pretty late compared to yesterday, for example, so yes. It will still be a pretty long stream. And I really intend to do a lot here. So the first thing I want to talk about, on the post-it, the to-do post-it, you can see that the first to-do is activatable lookable. Well, you know, it says it all. If you've seen the other parts of my, you know, game dev series for the Puzzle Manor game, you'll know that an activatable, right? And I wasn't thinking about that, but an activatable is an interface. So I can put the activatable interface on any other class, that already exists in Unreal Engine. I could have an activatable actor for all I care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be an actor component. The actor itself could be activatable. Who knows? I could also make some class that's custom made, like Trigger, which is an actor component. Even a class like Trigger could be activatable. Hence, activatable trigger, right? So it's a trigger that you can activate. Here, activatable trigger enable. This one, when you activate it, it enables the trigger, which is, you know, which you can make deactivated by default. And activatable trigger, yeah, it actually could be activatable delayed trigger, but technically there's no point in an actual activatable trigger, because like what the trigger, you know, activates other stuff. It's just one activate that activate multiple, but any trigger can activate multiple things. So, you know, basically it doesn't really matter, but you know, maybe the delay part could be in the name, right? Activatable delayed trigger might be a better name. But at this point, if I rename it, you know, I'm going to have to put it back in the scene everywhere and whatnot. It's fine. You know, if one day I decide that I want to take this little game and expand, well, not this game, but like maybe I want to take all the C++ classes and make another game of that type, but maybe a little more detailed, a little bigger. I could reuse the functionalities, and at that point, yes, I could like take that C++ class and rename it. But for now, I think activatable trigger is fine, simply because, again, like, it only makes sense if it's delayed. So even if it's not precise in the name that is delayed, it's fine. But yeah, we're going to be starting with making an activatable that is also a lookable. So currently lookable is just its own class, but nothing says that a lookable cannot be activatable, right? So I don't think that I want to modify the original class. I think, you know, a lookable is just fine the way that it works. The only thing that I would like is to be able to modify the text once it has been activated. So an activatable lookable is just a lookable that once you activate it, the text changes, right? And that's it. That's it. So activatable lookable. So I guess I'm going to make a child class of this and you can activate it. Yeah, because there are objects that I want to move and stuff like that, but I don't necessarily want the text on them to change when that happens. So when I activate an object, I want to have a lookable that cannot be activated. Also, because one thing that I might want as well is a lookable that doesn't display anything by default. So it acts as if it's not there. And then once you activate it, all of a sudden there's text. But yeah, I think even if you have an empty lookable, like the thoughts empty, the the sheer fact that the lookable exists would probably make... I mean, I could change the behavior at that point, because basically the little widget that appears and displays the text, basically what it's checking for is not, hey, is that, you know, does that lookable have any text? This is not what it checks. It checks, is there a lookable on that item? If so, it, you know, it becomes, you know, it gains some amount of opacity, basically. So you can see the square. So what I mean by that, for example, is, you know, if I go in the game, okay, and I look at this, this is a lookable, you can see there's text, yes, but the text is inside of a little, like, basically it's like a black square that has a high amount of transparency. I could make it a little more opaque if I wanted to. So you can see that. So when I'm not looking, it's not there, and when I'm looking, it is there. But now if, for example, I were to add a lookable on an object, like here a picture of Miles Davis, a famous jazz musician, okay? But let's say let's say this one which doesn't have a lookable, let's say I put a lookable on you, okay? So you, now, you're gonna have a lookable on you, okay? But I'm not putting any thoughts here, so no text will be displayed when the player looks at that item. So here, I activate this lever. It's fine that I can destroy them, it's great. Here, you know, look at this. There's no text, but it still displays the little box, the little black box at the bottom of the screen. So this is kind of a problem. Now, it has to do with the way that the blueprint here, the WB thoughts, so widget blueprint thoughts, the way that it works is that it checks only if there's a lookable. Because it basically went under the assumption, so right here. So you get the viewed actor, and you try to get a component on it that is a lookable. If you can find an object and it's valid, you return some opacity instead of no opacity. So I could actually just change that condition to check for if there is any amount of text that is not null, right? So basically I just change stuff. So here it's like, oh, is it valid? Yes. But if it's valid, I could get the thoughts from that, right? So I could do like thoughts, get thoughts, and here I could do a comparison. But that's like super, you know, that's a lot longer. So here, and I can do, you know, if or compare or no. How do I say this? Branch equal if it's exactly equal to empty string, then, you know, oh yeah, then I can add a branch. So this is the condition. So if the thoughts are exactly equal to null, then, or if they're not exactly equal to null, then this is fine. So here, if it's valid, you just try to branch. And again, if you get an error, you go there as well. So this could be what I'm trying to do here. So if I do this now, I think this just changed what I did. So this is cool. Yeah. Because currently, the way that I'm removing lookables, so here, see, there's nothing. And yet, there is a lookable. Okay, that's pretty cool. So it works really well, like this. Also, I'm starting to think that the logic here is way too complex. Not like in an absolute sense, but there's like a bunch of checks that would be much easier to do in code. I'm starting to think that maybe we could give it a go at making this into a C++ class, right? Because if I make this widget a C++ class, it would give me some experience to write code for widgets in C++. And then I could make a blueprint class out of the C++ class just to be able to, you know, lay it out correctly. So basically in the designer here, I could put things where I need them to be. Because I'm not going to be starting to set all of these values in the C++. All that I want to do is write these functions and also instantiate an image, you know, and a text block. Also, I guess inside of a canvas panel. So I like the elements existing is something that I want to do in C++, and then I can use them to update their values and whatnot, but I would place them in the blueprint class. So here WB Thoughts would still exist, but it would be a child of a C++ custom class. This way the behavior I can actually write in C++, which would be like much easier to parse, read, and understand than like this, and certainly than this. It just feels crazy here, like that's way too much. So, okay. Now, I'm gonna be, just give me a really quick second. I just need to switch stuff in my washing machine. And then, yeah, like in a quick minute, we're gonna be back and we're gonna be continuing the C++ code. I'm gonna pause you guys with the music. Okay, guys, I'm already back. Yeah, basically I'm gonna have to go back. I couldn't put it in the dryer. I couldn't put it in the dryer. It was too wet yet. So I just made it spin one more time. So I'm gonna show you guys the webcam again, as well as the screen. Okay, we're doing a bunch of C++. Now the thing with the you know, the widget blueprint for thoughts, it's fine. So as I said, I wanted to make it a C++ class, but first, I'm not gonna get sidetracked as soon as the stream starts. The activatable lookable is gonna be the first class we're gonna make. Okay, so lookable, by the way, I want to create a C++ class that derives from you, and it's going to be an activatable lookable. Okay? Because there's a bunch of lookables that I either don't want to put on items that can activate, like the Miles Davis painting. And there's also some that I might not want the text to change if I activate them. Because I can make them activatable and just like make every lookable activatable, but then like never activate them or something, or just make the text the same in both places. But I think it's kind of weird. I'm not doing that. Hello? Yeah, thank you. Why is it having such a hard time? I don't know. Just vibing. Just slowly vibing. Yeah. Man, I love the music from that game. I don't know, it's just so good. Not all of the music, I guess, but the songs that I like from that game, I really like them. Activatable? No! What have I done? Okay. I made a terrible mistake. And I can't rename it here. No. Okay, close this. It's salvageable, okay? It's activatable. Okay? That's fine. Look at me going, bro. Look at me go. Activatable. And then here is the same. It's going to be activatable, lookable, dot generated, dot blah, blah, blah. And here's going to be activatable. Okay. This is fine. Or, wait, actually here, I'm actually going to rename it because there may be some places where it's used. So I want to rename correctly. Like in the generated, maybe? Who knows? Yeah, just apply. It's fine. Activatable lookable, okay? And it's called activatable lookable. And now if I recompile right here, right now, Control B. Just a quick compile. Okay, it worked. So now if I reopen, it should have been renamed in the editor as well. And since I did not take the time to put them anywhere in the scene, then, you know, it's all fine. It's all fun and games. Yep, got a quick thing. Okay. Yep. So now, activatable lookable. That's amazing. Okay, thank you so much. Now that we've got a real class going. Yeah, the U class declaration here is clearly incomplete. Oh, really? You're gonna do this? Okay, so just go here or something. I think I listened to them in order, so that's kind of annoying. Maybe I can... Nah, maybe I'm just gonna let it play because it's a really good song. You know? Okay. Now, yes. I want to go in lookable.h and be like, hey, you, yeah, this U class declaration, I'm stealing that from you. Right there, that's amazing. Also, yes, also, you're gonna include activatable.h, thank you so much, and you're gonna be inheriting from public I activatable. Thank you so much. Wow, you're so nice to me. So now, if I go public, what do I do in public? I guess I just... I guess I just add a property that I need. So here, there's going to be a U property macro. There's going to be edit anywhere. And this U property is going to be a, I think it's F string that I was using in the original lookable. It's an F string, yes. So instead, it's going to be F string. And then, I guess like, yeah, what am I doing? Oh no, that, yeah, I was confused. So change thought. Gosh, I'm having a hard time. Okay, change thoughts will be equal to, you know, an empty string by default. Okay, so this should be good. And then it's an activatable, right? So there's going to be a public section for functions. I like to separate properties and functions like this. So even if everything's public, I like to have my different tags. Because if I want to add private functions, I can do it, you know, after the public ones and before the properties. This way, you know, the tags are already there. Okay, so here there's going to be it's going to be a virtual void start activation override. Thank you so much. Okay, so this is from iActivatable. And then I'm going to please do this. So now start activation, all that it's going to do is it's going to do thoughts. Yeah, thoughts will be now equal to changed thoughts. Man, I had the caps lock, that's the thing. Okay, and that's it. I just update the thoughts upon activation. That's pretty easy, right? Okay. So I'm satisfied with that. I think that's honestly all that I need because I already have the rest of the properties from the lookable. So yeah. It should work, I think. So here, if I put a lookable on you, so instead of a lookable, a normal lookable, I'm gonna add an activatable lookable on you. Yes, because I did not recompile. Oh, this is fine. Okay. Now I can put an activatable lookable on you. And the right, there's the thoughts and then the change thoughts. So thoughts, nothing. Change thoughts. From here. And I'm already activating it, so it's great. Okay, so if I now start the scene, I can go here. This looks like some kind of map. I wonder what the red circle means. Should I activate this lever? Boom. And then the doors. And then here I can do a bunch of stuff. All of that is great. Everything's working. And now if I go here, oh, nothing. Head empty. And if I go here and I click on this, I open this. This is not going to be like that in the final game, but this one triggers this. So if I go here, doesn't look like it worked. Oh. The sound seemed to come from here. Okay, yeah. I realize it now. What this did is it did not actually activate you. It simply enabled your trigger. But once I clicked your trigger, you became activated. So the sound seemed to come from here. Yes. Okay, well, you know. Getting tired of music. Maybe I should stop it. Boom. And now, for every activatable that I'm like destroying, I'm destroying it using a second activatable, you know, actor component on it, which is the activatable AC destroy. So maybe I don't even need it, actually. Maybe instead of having the AC destroy, I just make them be a lookable with the changed thoughts being the default, aka an empty string. I could literally do that. I'm just gonna start another spin. I'm not even gonna pause you guys. After that spin is done though, I'm gonna take the clothes and put them in the dryer, so I'm gonna pause you at that point. just to make it obvious if someone comes to the stream that, you know, I'm not currently being super active. Yeah. So click. That's great. Everybody's happy. La 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 la. Yeah, I like it much better since I added that wall. It was really weird to have the indent here. And like this, you know, it's much better. Yeah, it's much better. And it looks like the wall has some thickness as well. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so here, boom. That's crazy. And then, oh, there's 2 pieces of it. Wow. Oh, 3 pieces now. And I'm just missing 1 piece of it. Wait, wasn't it here? Oh no, it... Stupid. Yeah, it didn't work here, so this is why I put it behind the desk. Of course. Yeah, and now I have the full painting, which is a great hint. Okay, so... yeah. I like my activatable lookable. I like that idea, and if I actually wanted to, you know, basically I could put this on some kind of pivot, and I say pivot, but maybe like a, you know, something that does a translation. So I could activate this for real. And then the trigger that's on it just activates whatever items on top. But to be honest with you, I don't think that I want to have an activatable lookable here. I think I'm just gonna have a lookable that stays the same the whole time. But I do think that there are parts of it that I want. So basically the activatable lookable here, I'm gonna remove maybe. I don't know, I guess I can leave it there, but I would like if it was activated, so yeah, that's weird. It's weird that the activatable move is on the same thing, because, yeah. I want to activate the trigger, that's what I want, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess I can do that. It could be fun. Okay, so let's just take a quick second. So you're going to be under some kind of pivot, so, or not pivot, but, you know, a mover. Painting quote, something like that. Like a, okay, so here plus a basic actor. This is gonna be painting Miles Davis quote, and this is gonna be translation. Okay. So this one is gonna have is gonna go under the middle room. And just like this has a location, I'm gonna copy and paste. Yeah. And all of the properties on the activatable move here. Yeah, well, I'm gonna copy those. Then the activatable move I'm gonna destroy. Then here, I'm going to add a activatable move on you, and that move is gonna have those properties. Yep. I think you're gonna have to move half of that, but we'll see, because the scale and everything. But yeah, okay. So you're actually under the translation, and you, by the way, the click trigger doesn't activate yourself. It instead activates your translation. And you, yes, you're gonna have an activatable trigger enabled, but your click trigger is also going to activate this item. So it does 2 things for this item. It activates it and also enables the trigger on it. But yeah, I didn't want the trigger to be enabled by activation, basically. Well, why wouldn't I? Oh, but the activatable trigger enable could be on itself then. It's like activate me and my trigger turns on and like that trigger moves the other thing. Yeah, it seems more logical like this, but you activate this, then the lookable becomes visible, and also you become clickable. And then when you click it, this actually moves. I think that's pretty good like this. Okay, so here, you know, it's just level design at that point, but yeah. So here I go, you have no text, nothing, I can't click on you or anything like that. When I click you, you become, you know, the sound seems to come from here, so now I can actually hear it, and when I click it, it works. Yeah, but now it's just weird that it says the sound seems to come from here. It's like I want to activate it twice. Something like that. Oh, actually? You? Yeah, the translation unit? You could have an activatable AC destroy. And what you could destroy is a lookable. Is an activatable lookable, more precisely on you. Yo, that's really good. Actually, I'm gonna try it with just a lookable. Right, so you destroy a lookable that's on this one, but technically an activatable lookable is a lookable, so it should work as well. So here I go, okay? That's complex behavior right there. There's nothing that's being said. Here, let's say that opening this activates this, and you hear an unlock sound like something like that. Then you go here. The sound seems to come from here. You click on it and boom. It's so good. I can turn it on and then turn it off again. That's great. It's kind of weird that I'm doing a different behavior to enable and disable. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, I feel I'm a little rusty in my body. Okay, so now, by the way, I don't know if you can hear in the mic, but there's been the washing machine is done spinning, so I can put the clothes in the dryer. So I'm gonna be doing just that. It's a good time to stop. To stop. It's a good time to take a very short 1-minute break since I just made something that works. So, Gureto. That's amazing. And activatable lookable. It's a big success. It took me like 2 lines of code. That's great. It's amazing. So be right back. I'm gonna pause you guys and leave you with the music for like 1 minute. And he's back. It wasn't very long, just as I said. Okay. So, now that the clothes are drying, I don't even have to take them out once they're dried. They're actually my girlfriend's clothes anyway, so she's the one who's gonna take them out eventually. So for now, you know, there's no problem, right? Like, everything's fine. I can just focus on the stream. So it's really cool. I think the activatable lookable is great. I think it's an amazing solution. Instead of having like an external component that knows about the internal state of a lookable and can go and modify it, like you just use one lookable that is like a subclass, right? The activatable lookable. It's just a lookable that can change its own state once when you activate it. And then if afterwards you really want to remove the text, then whatever activation makes it so you want the removal, you just make an activatable AC destroy. So you can just destroy it, right? So basically, yeah, that's my solution. Anytime I want to actually just stop, right, like displaying any text from a lookable, I just destroy it, right? I don't care. I just destroy it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that's a good solution. And if I want to change something, make like text that wasn't there just appear out of thin air, you know, from an empty lookable to, you know, be after activation having some actual text. I can also make the text just be different. A good example would be, so this one destroy, it's fine. This one, it's fine. So what I actually want out of this is here. Okay, this one, this tomb specifically. Before I open it, I want to say something that tells the player, hey, you probably can open this. And once it's opened, I actually want it to give the real message that is there right now. You know, the inscription talking about math and whatnot. This is fine, but I only want this once the lookable... Yeah, once the thing happened. So here, I'm gonna put an activatable lookable on top of it. So the thoughts, no, the changed thoughts are this. Thoughts before is I called it tomb cover, but is cover the correct word to be more precise? If I want to say couvercle or something, it's actually lid. Yeah, cover is fine, right? The top, the lid is more like a box or something. Yeah, I think the cover is actually the word. It was the correct word. So the... See, that's much better. Okay, so now, it's kind of weird that the inscription says it like right away, but I think this, yeah, it clicks the translation first, and as soon as it starts rotating, so it's like falling to the side, then you can see the lookable change the text. But this is fine because anyways it happens like super fast. This move, it's 0.2 seconds. So, ooh, you see it 0.2 seconds before it's immobilized. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird, but who cares, right? So you go here, you go inside of here, you go here, and it says, the cover is heavy, but I might be able to move it if I try hard enough. And then you click, and then that's what you see, and then all of a sudden, boom. Yeah, see, it's pretty good. An inscription says, Maat, goddess of equality. See, that's like really good. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay, I'm happy, I'm glad. And I don't know if I want that kind of behavior for other lookables. Like here, this one. This sound seems to come from here. Boom. It's actually not going to be this fence gate that's going to activate this. It's actually going to be something else. It's actually going to be the solution to the puzzle here, but I haven't really made the puzzle here yet. And I don't think I'm going to do that one today, because I need, well, I could use just a normal like mesh, like a sphere at first, and then add particles to it eventually. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? But for now, I don't really feel like doing this today. I would need to go read on Wikipedia the articles for every god, just to make sure that I got my mythology straight. And once I've done that, I can actually just make the puzzle, because basically the puzzle is when you open this, there's going to be a little orb, like a little soul that just comes out of the tomb, and it just goes like wing, 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 and it's just going to stand in the air. There's probably going to be a lookable on it that says something like the soul needs to be, you know, guided, you know, in the afterlife or something like that. And then there's Matt. Matt is on the tomb cover, so it's kind of you know, you want to respect Matt. Okay, so it might just say May Matt's, you know, oh yeah, because there used to be an inscription here that was in French. It said que la volonté de Matt s'accomplisse, which means, you know, may Matt's will be made real or something like that. Oh, it's almost a poem. May Matt's will be made real. Okay, so something like that. That's what was written on the wall. And then you have Matt, you know, here, like just close to where the soul comes from, you have a bunch of Matt imagery and Matt words and stuff. I might just put a 3D model of text here. Inside, it was extruded originally, but it was part of the environment, which I didn't like. So, you know, I might have to redo that. Just as a quick text, you know, on the wall. And without the texture of the wall, you know, it's just going to be written like black or something. Yeah. So Maymats will be accomplished or something. Okay, so that's cool. Or be made real. Maymats will be made real. I think that's what it's going to say. And then here, like, it should be a description of Maat, right? And here it's, yeah. And description says Osiris, judge of the afterlife. But then I was basically taking snippets from Wikipedia saying what they do. And then, like, you can understand that if you send it to Amit, Amit just devours the soul, which is just not a great idea. And then I think the first thing you had to do was, this one sends it to, like, you know, like the afterlife, which is like kind of like hell, but at the same time kind of like paradise. It's just the afterlife, basically. They don't really have heaven and hell. It's just one place, you know. It's seen as hell nowadays, but it's honestly, it's just, you know, the underworld, basically. This one sends it to the underworld, but the soul has to be worthy. This one, it just devours the souls that are unworthy and they don't have access to the afterlife. They just kind of like die in their death. It's kind of weird, but basically they just, the soul disappears. And this one, it's actually the judge. So it just measures the soul against a feather, I think. And if the soul is lighter than the feather, it means that it's a worthy soul. So basically what you have to do is you click on this, the soul comes in the middle of the room. Then you have to click on Osiris so that it's gonna do, or Osiris, you know, it doesn't matter. And it's gonna do the waiting for you. And then when the soul comes back, maybe the color of the soul has changed or something, and then the lookable on it will say something different. So it's gonna say something like, Osiris deems the soul unworthy, for example. And if it's unworthy, then you send it to Amit. And if it is deemed worthy by Osiris, you click on Anubis, and then the soul just goes vroom, through the wall behind Anubis, and then you just, you know, get a little noise like kind of like in Zelda when you succeeded. And if you send it to the wrong place, by the way, you can't like restart. You just die. You restart the whole game. That's what it used to do. Maybe now you can get like a new backup soul or something, but I don't really know. Yeah, I think you still just die. You know, it's a very short game. It's pretty easy. Also, like, I think it's gonna be super easy for me, now that I'm actually doing the programming, to just, like, make the soul's appearance change only in, you know, its color and its text. So maybe I can just make some behavior where like basically the puzzle, if you already know the solution, it's super easy. You just click there and then click there. Like it's just, you don't even have to think about it. Because that's what it was in the original game. It was the soul was worthy and then you send it to Anubis. You just had to do it in the correct order. But here, Amit, like, it wasn't used basically in the original game. If you clicked on Amit, the soul would go through Amit, but then you die, right? It's just the incorrect decision. But it would be more interesting if I made it so that there's just a 50-50, you know, it's a coin flip. Whether or not you're actually... Yeah, it's just a coin flip, basically. It would be more interesting, because then you would actually have to understand the puzzle, and like, if you have multiple playthroughs, it would change, right? That would be really interesting. And in fact, it would be really interesting as well if I could have, like, the first puzzle here is going to be based on the bookcases, and I'm not going to start changing the colors of the bookcases and whatnot. This is going to be a fixed puzzle, but then the next puzzle, which is going to use, you know, well, it's not there at this point, but the colors on the painting, you know, it's going to use numbers that you have to associate with colors and whatnot on the second screen here. Because there's going to be like two, like when you solve the first screen, the computer is going to stay open, but with a different puzzle. And you're going to have to explore further, you know, to where it just opened, to get information necessary to solve the puzzle. And then I think there's maybe even a third colored puzzle here. Or at least there is one colored puzzle like right here, where you have to use the information that you gathered from this room to solve it. And here, you know, I think there's a question being asked about like the music and whatnot. Like you have to write like Miles or Miles Davis or something, which is like the solution to that one. It's pretty simple. And this one right here, I think the answer was like soul in the original one. So basically it's like, what did you guide? Right? Like in room Bravo. This is Alpha and this is Charlie. So there's like one question for every room to see if you understood correctly the puzzle. Essentially. So these questions, they can be fixed. It's fine. It doesn't matter. If you know how to solve the game, then fine. You can just go to the end as soon as you know. Right? You can just go here as soon as you know, and it doesn't really matter. Yep. So, okay, here. Now, we've done the activatable look. Okay, so I'm just going to change the post-it real quick. So we've done this. Puzzle design, I mean... when I say puzzle design, I mostly mean like adding puzzle to the scene. So maybe I should be more precise with what I'm doing. So fire particles is the next thing we're doing. We're going to try to edit the candle to make it more interesting. And in here instead, it could be like UI 1 or computer UI 1. Computer UI 1. Okay, that's one thing we want to do today. And ideally, I can also just do computer UI 2. There's going to be two puzzles on the computer UI, and then there's going to be the terminal at the end, the sort of terminal. So I could go with terminal UI as well. Okay, there's just a bunch of UIs to do, basically. So a bunch of like widget blueprints and whatnot. Oh yeah, well in fact, actually, instead of having computer UI 1 and 2, just computer UI in general, that's fine. But before that, there's like I would say C++, you know, thoughts widget. Or W thoughts or something, the widget thoughts. Or just C++ thoughts. Okay, I think it's clear enough for me. Or thought. Thorough. Okay, yeah. So before we go ahead and do a little bit more C++, we're just gonna be really quick editing the candle to actually have, so where are my blueprints? There's the candle blueprint, the actor here. So I'm gonna add to you a Niagara system, which is gonna be, I'm putting it in blueprints, doesn't really matter. It's gonna be not empty. I'm gonna start with the fountain. Thank you very much. I'm gonna create, and I'm gonna name it NS for Niagara system. And then it's gonna be candle fire. Oh, I did say underscore, but I don't really put underscores, right? So just NS candle fire. Okay, so you're a fountain right now. Okay, that's cool. That's all fun and game and whatnot. Okay, I saw a tutorial here. Okay, I guess I can put the link in the comments. So here. So if you're interested. Also, you know, for people watching the stream afterwards, this tutorial I'm going to be linking in the description. It's not there right now. I could edit the video as I go, but you know, I'm just going to focus on the stream right now. So here we're going to be making a really cool looking, well, you know, a pretty cool looking, I guess, a particle system to make some kind of fire that comes out of the candle. Also, I can put some light on it. So I'm going to try to replace the current, you know, just point light that's on it, like the huge light here. I'm going to try to replace it by a very nice, yeah, just natural lighting. Because if I'm not mistaken, if I put it on the fountain, like what creates the light is going to be the particles. So that means that the actual lighting is going to move in the scene, which is going to be really, really cool. Having some dynamic lighting that just moves around is going to be great. So for now, I'm going to try to remember what this tutorial did. But the only part that I really need is the flames part. And even then, I barely need like half of it. Because most of it is spent on the cool fire texture here. But I actually don't want the fire texture. I'm going to make a more stylized little fire system here. Okay, so first thing is, okay, spawn rate is way too high. I think he was using something like 50 in the tutorial, so just a little bit less. Also, no gravity. What is this? It's fire, not being affected by this. There was a bit of drag though. It was 0.5 if I remember correctly. And then velocity is just way too high. So the velocity, yeah, in cone I think it's fine. Linear, I don't know. Oh, linear is actually pretty good for a torch. Yeah. I'm going to be putting it as linear. Oh, that's much better. The velocity is really slow though, right now. But that might be fine. And I like the fact that they're little bubbles, which is, you know, why I'm saying it's a little more stylized. If I go in... So as you can see, last time I was just scared by Niagara system. This time, you know, I'm a little more ready. I understand more how it works. So the lifetime, that's interesting. I kind of want a more random lifetime, I think. So from, not 10, from 1 to like 2 maybe? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. The velocity, I don't know, like... So yeah, if I go very high, okay, let's just write numbers. That makes like a huge flame. I want a very small flame. So 1, it's okay, but I kind of want less than that, I think. So what if I go half? Ooh, this is not long enough. So 0.8 maybe? Yeah, 0.8 is not bad actually. I kind of like this. And okay. One thing that I'm gonna want is the... Okay, I want to add a particle update, which is scale the size, right? Scale size? Scale, this scale? Scale mesh size, I think, right? Scale sprite size by speed? No, scale sprite size. Or, no, it's not a mesh. Right, okay. So, yeah, scale sprite size. I think this is what I want. Okay, so no, it's actually the opposite. So in the templates, I want it to drop, to become lesser. Wait, no, zoom in more. No, more, yeah. So, okay, that's a pretty intense drop off. Maybe like this. Maybe more like this. Okay, maybe I actually want it to be more like this. Oh, that's interesting. Because I would like, okay, a real candle doesn't really have like puffs. It's kind of like one shape that just moves around, right? That's what I would like, but I don't think it's going to be very doable. So I'm probably going to have to settle with little puffs like this. But I would like to at least get this kind of like, you know, this like fake water droplet shape, right? This is kind of what I want, ideally. So, So the fact that they become smaller does do kind of like a little bit of a cone shape at the end, which I like. I don't know if I can... Yeah, that's too complex, right? Because technically, I would like them to have velocity towards the center, right? So they start maybe a little outside, and then as they come upwards, they kind of go to the middle. So it, you know, it would really do some kind of cone shape. Yeah, it really would. That would be super interesting, but you know, this kind of looks like a fire already. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the scale. Whoops, the scale sprite size is... I don't know. Maybe I should change it a little bit, but I think it's kind of an okay curve. Okay, now... Oh, do I want to add some drag? More drag? Rotational drag? I don't know. It doesn't really rotate. Particle state. What does this mean? Kill particle. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Solve forces and velocity. I don't even know what that is. Scale color is definitely something I'm going to be doing. Here though, I want to change the mode. So it's... Oh no, it's not... Okay, he wasn't scaling the color. He was doing... Okay, sorry, here. Linear color curve, right? Yeah. Okay. So when you start, it can be a little bit white, and then you can add a bunch of points here. So here at the end is going to be like a very intense, like dark color, right? Super intense. Yeah. Color. Okay, so that's cool, except that here, transparency, it's fine if it's like pretty much fully transparent at the end. But, you know, I do want it to go like this. Kind of like that, right? Almost brown at the end, right? I think that's cool. Okay, but then we're gonna add a bunch of points to do a really cool color curve. Okay, most of what I'm doing again is like in the tutorial. Though he used, instead of scale color, he just went with a straight up color thing, but there's already scale color and he just didn't use it, so I don't know. red here. Maybe a little less dark, a little more red, a little more saturated. Something like that. And then very quickly, by the way, here, I actually want a yellow color. Pretty, like somewhat saturated, somewhat dark yellow color here. That's cool. And then maybe some kind of orange, like right here. Some kind of very bright orange, like this. So this, by the way, could be a lot like this, a lot more saturated, a lot more like this. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it's because I'm using the scale color. Because in the tutorial, he uses a just straight up a color property in the particle update, and it feels like the color was much better than this. But it's not a bad color, actually. It's kind of fine, actually. You know what? I think the spawn rate is way too high. What about 30? And then I can put less velocity. So something like... So speed scale, I think speed scale is fine, just less velocity here. Something like 30 as well, maybe. And then maybe the scale sprite size is just... No, I like the scale it has. I don't know, maybe I do want it to be a little higher, even at the end. Yeah, maybe that's more interesting like this. I don't know how much I'm feeling it. And then the lifetime, I feel like it could be a little bit longer. So maybe lifetime min is like 1.4 or something. Max is fine at 2, I think, but this is more uniform in terms of how long they last. Okay, what just for fun, what happens if they're all the same length? Yeah, it's definitely not as good. It's definitely not as good. So yeah, no, I actually kind of liked 1 and 2, I think. Maybe they are lacking a little bit of velocity. 35 could be a little better. And what if I try the opposite? What if I try like an insane spawn rate, like 1,000? Okay. That's interesting. In fact, what if... Wait. Undo move key, that's good. What if I add a key here? Or just add key. Okay. What if I add 1 and I put it at 1 here and you just go like this? Right? What if I went like this? Whoa, that's weird. Now I'm just shaping a weird shape. Wait, I'm having fun though. Like, it could do something interesting, I think. What if the opacity started at 0, then went to 1? Kind of like that. And then this is 1 as well. And what if I put it a little bit more like this? And maybe this a little more here. Hmm. Yeah, okay. It has a weird shape. And now the spawn rate is like really high. But what if I went to like 100? That's interesting. It is a lot of tinkering when you're trying to make this work. I don't know if I like the initial small scale here. Yeah, I think I'm liking this more. Okay, just go back to a template at this point. It's like, yeah, basically, yeah. So when I try the templates, it's like, this is like not that interesting. And there's something like this, where it's just becoming bigger and bigger, but I really don't like that one. There's this, you know, which it's not too bad, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. There's this, which is a lot more interesting in my opinion. This is, yeah, it looks a lot more like fire. And there's this one, which is just a very linear, like I'm big and I become small. It's not too bad, but it's not great. Yeah, I think this one, just if you just look at the defaults, it's not that bad. And if you go like this or something, but I kind of like when it becomes a little bigger at first, and then it becomes smaller. Yeah, I kind of like an idea like that. Maybe just a little less. Yeah, it's kind of interesting like this. I think for now, we're going to be leaving it like that. Okay? Except that we're going to be adding a light renderer as well. So the light renderer, right, so I might want a static color shift applied to each render light. So I guess, yeah, here in the tutorial he just put 2 there and nothing else. This is just red color that you're adding, an inverse square, blah blah blah, and then radius scale. Alright, so basically the particles that are more transparent will actually, like in color here, they start by making less light and then would make like maximum here and there, and then as they become more transparent they emit less light. That's interesting. I don't know I don't know if the alpha should scale the brightness. It might just add computation for no reason, but you know what? Let's try it for now. Okay. Let's try it. And you know what? I'm gonna try adding it to my BP candle actor. And I think here, radius scale, a factor used to scale each particle light radius, and here the specular scale to use for all lights if no binding was found. Okay, so I think the light might not be strong enough otherwise. Also, like here, scalability, okay, doesn't really matter, and rendering, third order hint. So it's cool that there's light, but how much light? Is it me, or do you just not even say how much light? You can have a color add, but isn't this just for color? Radius scale and stuff, like it doesn't look like you can actually just say straight up, I want this amount of brightness, like on a real, quote unquote, real light. Okay, so you BP candle actor in viewport, you're also going to have a Niagara system on your face. Okay, I'm going to add a Niagara particle system component. No. Oh, really? Oh, I guess. Yeah, I guess you could. Component for Niagara system. Okay, sure. And this is gonna be flames. So cool. And then the Niagara system asset is gonna be my NS candle fire. And instead of just being there, yeah, the shape is pretty good when you look at the overall general shape. I think I did something cool here. So this is just way too cranked up. Like if you look at this, $95 seems pretty good here, and it's centered. This is fine. 400 in height, that's kind of cool. So it's way too big. I'm just gonna scale it way down, like maybe 0.2. See, it even then it feels. Oh, does it change nothing actually? The emitter scale? Yeah, it changes nothing. Okay, so I just need to change the allow scalability means okay. Yeah, it's just too big, bro. So I didn't realize how big it was gonna be compared to the candle. But yeah, I just want to know how much I can scale the VFX. There has to be a way. Okay, so it's actually a Niagara particle system component. So can you scale down a Niagara particle system component? And for context, it's going to be Unreal Engine. Yeah. Because I really need to scale it down. It's just a little too much, you know? It's a little too much. Oh, emitter spawn, emitter properties, and set local space to true. Then you can scale Niagara system actor in the level as you want. Okay, so if I go, okay, so just compile and save, I guess. And here, emitter spawn. System or self? No, so he says emitter spawn, emitter properties. Okay, I think I need to add something. Wait. New scratch pad? No. Spawn rate, spawn per unit. Decal. What? Location? No. Utility? What are they talking about, bro? Oh, this one probably, in fact. Okay. System state? System update? System spawn. User parameters? No. Properties? Just remove this. Oh, that's probably here. So in the properties, set local space to true. So here, effect type. It's like, what are we talking about? Fixed bounds. What? Determinism? Be random seed per instance. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's necessary, but okay. Warm up time. Rendering. What? Oh, really? Come on, dude. Go to emitter spawn emitter properties. So is it here? Maybe it's in that one. So emitter spawn. Okay, wait. I'm gonna be looking. Local. Okay, so it's not here. Oh, why did I remove the details panel? I'm stupid. Can I open the... No. Okay, wait. Just in my... No, in window. Where's the... detail? Thank you so much. It is an emitter spawn, he says. Go to emitter spawn, emitter properties. But there's no emitter properties. Yes. Boom. He's done it. He's done it. Okay, this is fine. By the way, this is fine. But you? Flames? Okay. You will scale down. So if I do 0.2, 2 and 0.2, this one it should have scaled down, right? Why did it not scale down at all? Why did it do nothing? Completely nothing. There's too much velocity, by the way. Yeah, who would have thunk? Maybe 25. There's like a... Here, it's like, oh, there's like no velocity. But you go here and you're like, whoa, crazy velocity, brother. But genuinely, I can't seem to be able to... scale it. I don't know why. It just won't scale, bro. This is way too much. I want to scale you down. Oh yeah, this is much better, by the way. 0.2. 0.01. Right? It's the same thing. And if I compile it, it's like, I don't care. I don't care. If I go here, by the way, are there flames now? Doesn't look like there are. Is it because you scaled it but you just didn't show me? Okay. Then if I go 1 and I compile and save and I go into level. No, that's not what I want. I want the point light to stop showing here. Okay, or maybe it shows. So maybe here I want to remove the point light. Yeesh. Okay, if I cut and I compile and save and I go into level. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Why does the flame here not show up? Don't you have flames? Why can't I see them? I thought they made fire. Light. If I stop this, by the way. You can't tell me there's no light, right? Radius scale 100, brother. 100. The candle mesh is scaled way down, so I don't know. Maybe that's why. Flames need to be 10 times bigger. Oh, it's just the scale of the particles that scale when you scale this. It makes no sense. Okay, it's still like dynamic, yeah, sure. I think. Two. 100. 1000. Boom. Why is there no light? Is this flickering slightly? What if I put this here in the scene right now? Okay, so here, by the way, I'm just gonna go Control Z, 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 Control Z. Oh. Yeah, because I put the lights in, like back in. What if I start the game? Whoa. Okay, now there's flames. Oh, okay, I see how it is. Now there's flames. Man. Oh, but that's really annoying if they don't put light inside of the thing. Holy, that's complicated. Okay, so here, you know, 1 is fine. Maybe you use the inverse square law, who knows? Way too much light. Okay, so wait. You're way too big. You're just way too big. The sprite size starts at like 0.4, bro. And like you say, or maybe not 0.4, maybe it does start at 0.1 or something, or 0.8. Maybe it's not the particle size that's the problem. Oh, you have size here. Okay. Maybe it's where I'm spawning them. No, it's the initialized particle, right? No, it's... There was something about how I was spawning them. Oh, shape location. What? I would like an inverse cone. That's just weird, bro. Okay, sphere. Sphere was fine. With like a very small radius. But in cone is like, nah. Linear. Much better. Yeah. So I don't know. Something is too big with that particle system. So basically the shape location, it could be smaller, right? It could be like 6 instead. Or it could even be 4. And then the size of the particles themselves is controllable via the BP actor. I can just change the scale and whatnot. But apparently the velocity might just be a little too high as well. I don't know. At 20. Right, like this. And then if I start the Manor level, what do they look like? I mean, honestly, they look not bad. But yeah, maybe it's a little much. Still. And I'm not sure about the light renderer. To me, it seems weird. So if I were to remove right now the point light, okay, Control X, compile, save. Now I can't see anything in the editor, which is heavily annoying. But now look. Whoa, look at this. There's a cool fire here. Oh boy. It's lagging so much. Did I open the doors? No. Please open the doors. Oh gosh. No, please. Okay, stop. So now, maybe just emitter. Right? Maybe just emitter. Maybe that's better for the lighting. Oh, but now it's not nearly enough light. Yeah, okay. So I use the inverse square law. What if I don't? Yeah, what if I just don't? You know? What if I just don't, bro? Um. Oh, you're kidding me, right? Oh, sorry, flashing lights. Okay, so I'm realizing something. Um, the lighting is very weird because what's causing the light is the particles, and I guess to optimize, the particles just don't appear unless that's ridiculous, dude. So the particles just won't appear unless you you know, oh, unless you're looking at them. Okay? This is a very good optimization. Good job. But now when I don't look at anything, boom, there's no light. Right? So yeah, that's where there's flashes of lights. As soon as I look towards an emitter, uh, it just makes a crazy amount of light. So basically, use the inverse square law. Okay, maybe you have too many particles. Maybe you want like 80 of them. Okay, that's a little more chill already. Maybe like 60 of them. You know, I think that's fine actually. It's just a very chill fire. And then, so if I look here, yeah, it's fine, you know, it's actually fine. Yeah, and it's kind of weird that there's like a hard uh part of the model here. Maybe it just shouldn't exist. And maybe here the flames, they can just start a little higher. Just a little higher. Like this or something. I think that's good. And I will modify the candle model to only contain the wick, but not the actual flame itself. So, sorry, music has stopped. Yes, please continue watching. So, yeah, and let's say that this is enough for now. And also, in here, Control V. So the point light is gonna stay. It's here to stay, brother. And this point light, yeah, you have a temperature and everything. Yeah, it affects world, sure. It casts shadow, sure. Use temperature, sure. Source length. No, this is fine. Okay, so this is fine, but basically I want you to have a big radius, which is fine, and then like not to be too bright. Like if it's too bright, it's too bright, you know what I mean? Maybe like this, you know? Sorry, the point light. Point light is under this, by the way. This. 300, maybe attenuation radius, 600 is fine. Soft source radius doesn't matter. Source radius 7, it could be a little bigger. Maybe 10, who knows. And then temperature, I feel it could be like just slightly colder. Like this, compile, save. Right. Then what if I try here? It's kind of annoying because as soon as I look to the light, it's not even the rest of the scene, like, but the light itself, when you look at it, is just insanely bright. So I think my problem is not the intensity, is like, I feel like I would need a very small intensity, right, to not get this. But there's the inverse square law every single time, and because of that, if you want to get a large radius, it's like your light is just, you know, it's just too much. Okay, just 10 or something. Right. And it could be just slightly higher. Like this, for example. Maybe not 10, maybe a little less than that. Maybe like 8. Or 6. 6 could be pretty good. Yeah, this is actually fine. Compile, save. And then if I go in here, yeah, but now I just can't see the flame at all. That's the thing, like, I'm making complex lights and whatnot, but you can't even see them. I don't know, like 10, 5 and 5 or something. Like 100, 50 and 50, right? What if I do this? What will it do in the scene? Maybe even like 50, right? Let's reset this one. What if I tried this then? This is insane. Why? Okay, stop. Stop. Why does it do this? It's just because there's no inverse square law? But there's still a radius scale, you know? $50? Particle? Does it change anything now? This is crazy, dude. Yeah, use inverse square law, but then like what? I have to make it affect a huge radius? Like, yeah, like 5,000 for it to do anything? I don't know, it just feels weird, right? Like, it's really annoying that I can't look at it. I find it very sad. Is it because there's bloom? I don't know. If I go in my BP Puzzle Manor character, if I go in camera, yeah, I think there's a setting for bloom. Okay. Okay, let's just say I activated it now. What will it do? Actually, didn't change that much. Okay, and in the editor itself, I think you can disable bloom. Wasn't there anything about bloom? Oh, maybe it's in the project settings actually. Just for the game itself. Maybe I can just disable bloom completely. Right? What if I tried this? Oh boy, is the game laggy. So, but I don't see what it changed, by the way, so... Okay, so I'm gonna do something quite simple. Here, what if I just delete the light renderer completely? It probably doesn't change anything anyways. And here, if I don't have the light renderer, I can go in GPU compute sim, and instead of being dynamic, just make it fixed, right? So here, if I save this, it should be less heavy on my CPU and just use my GPU a little bit. But then again, like the light is just too much. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't like how intense it is. That point light, to me, it makes no sense. Just reset this. The source length is fine. The source radius is fine, I guess. Source radius here is fine. Could be a little smaller, I guess. Especially if I have a length. So what if I go back to like 6? Yeah, that's a little better here. No, it could go like here or something. Or maybe make it a little longer, like a 10 length. So less radius, more length. Now make it go down a little bit, like this. That's actually pretty good. Intensity and light color. I don't know, if I go 100 for this and keep it as 600, it feels like the light in the level in general is pretty low. See, it takes so much time for my like character's eyes to get accustomed to the light, and now boom. Still, I look directly at it and I'm not seeing anything because the light is too reflected, I think, or something. But yeah, the problem is not even looking directly at the light necessarily. It's looking at like the wall right behind the light. So I don't know. What if I just to test something, because there's some light adjustment to like simulate my player getting accustomed to the dark. So what if the light was like super intense instead? Maybe because you don't need to get accustomed or anything like that. Like, yeah, it does like almost the same thing. It's crazy. But it does bounce on the walls like crazy. So I think there was some indirect lighting intensity. This scales the indirect lighting contribution from this light. A value of 0 disable GI from this light. What if I go 0? I just want direct light. Maybe that's my problem actually. You're kidding, right? I mean, I do feel like lighting is better overall in the scene. But yeah, now it's a bit too bright, but I mean, I don't know, I'll go 400 or something. But that's probably not really the problem. Like, I don't understand why light is reflected so much. Maybe it's because the materials. So if I go in the environment, okay, meshes environment, my back still hurts. I don't understand. My back's fine when I'm not streaming. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. I got back problems, guys. I got issues. Okay, so here, okay. Roughness is 1. Can I put roughness over 1? I don't think I can, right? It doesn't really make sense to put 2 roughness. Right? Completely matte or diffuse for 1. Yeah, this is maximum. Of the specular highlight is stretched along the tangent. From 0 to 1 results in a specular highlight that stretches from uniform to maximally stretch along the tangent direction. Wait, anisotropy from 0 to 1 results in a specular highlight that stretches from uniform to maximally stretch. Okay, what if I try 1 on that one? Just for fun. What if I look at it like this? Okay. It doesn't do much. I will go back to 0 just to say that I did, but okay. Specular. Used to scale the amount of specularity or non-metallic surfaces. This value between 0 and 1. Okay, and what if I go 1? What if I do this? Yeah, all of a sudden it's like super reflective, right? And like that's kind of a problem. So it was okay the way it was before. So specular 0 is fine. Metallic, those are metal-like your surface is like. It's just not. What is ambient occlusion? Simulate the self-shadowing that happens within crevices of a surface, or a volume for volumetric clouds only. If I try this, I just want to see. I don't know, I guess I can put it back. Pixel depth offset. So again, I don't really care. Yeah, it's opaque. It's a surface. Default lit. Unlit. What if I go unlit? Nah, it doesn't make sense. Subsurface? Oh, sheesh. That's weird. Okay, so I don't want this. Pre-integrated skin. This is also very weird. Kind of like subsurface. It just doesn't cut it. Clear coat. That's gonna be weird, bro. Yeah, it's too reflective. Oh boy, it's squeaky clean. No. What have I done? Subsurface profile. I'm not sure what it does. Okay. I mean, honestly, it's pretty similar to what it used to be. Two-sided foliage? What? What? Your foliage? Nope. Yeah, it's just too weird, bro. Okay, hair. This is hair, bro. This is hair. Oh, jeez Louise. That's a strange type of hair. Cloth. Ooh, this is cloth. Yeah, for sure. Cool. Nope, it's not. It's an eye. Yes, of course. Walking on a giant eye. Okay, it makes no sense. Single layer water. What? A board. Thin, translucent. Nope. From material expression. What? I save this. It seems pretty normal, honestly. If I go default lit, Yeah, I'm just back to like the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter. Use material attributes pin is used instead of regular pin. What? When true? The material attributes pin, okay, is used instead of the regular pins. Right. Okay, never mind. Cast ray trace. Ray tracing shadows. Okay, that's cool. Subsurface profile, I don't really have one. Color, normal, roughness. I don't really know. Yeah, that's... I don't know, there's so many settings. I don't really know why it does it like that. That's kind of annoying. I'm really feeling like it's more a fault of the light itself, but maybe not, who knows. Because it feels like the point light, it only it creates too much, like, I want it to create some ambient lighting more than anything, but it's creating a lot of diffuse lighting, which, like, it's fine. I want some of it, but it's creating too much is basically it. Like, I want more ambient and less diffuse. But I don't know how to control this. Yeah, I have no idea, man. So I don't know, like... Because I understand it's more realistic, but I'm trying to do some stylized stuff here, so... UE light too bright, or light too much... What was I saying a second ago? Not enough ambient, too much diffuse. Okay, ambient. Not enough diffuse. Yeah, I know, right? Reducing specular means making things look wrong on another level. I don't know what those are. That's too much, man. You know what? I think I'm just gonna accept. how things work. Okay, so flames, you can go like slightly lower. Well, at least this, but you know, let's just start with modifying the model for you. And I guess I'll just accept the lighting the way they are. Yeah, I guess I'll just... It's just kind of annoying because I just spent a whole lot of time doing the fire and I kind of want the fire to show, but you can barely see it at some weird angles, so it's kind of annoying. Anyways, so I'm gonna go in Blender, edit the model, and then, you know, we're just gonna call it a day for the particle, okay? And afterwards, we're gonna be starting on the UI stuff. So here, there's gonna be candle. No, it's not here anymore. So I'm just gonna file and open candle right here. Yep. So I'm actually going to remove parts of the model. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, it was supposed to be like super transparent, right? Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm actually just removing this. For vertices. Oh, I wasn't saying see-through. So faces. Oh, okay. I already like modeled it as two different items, I guess. Hey, you know what? Right, so not you. Hey, you know what? Edges, please. Alt, click those. Oh, wait. I'm seeing some horrible stuff happen here. Dude, what is this? Oh, not this one. This one that I want to remove. Oh my god. No, not this one. I don't know why there's so many like little weird edges that serve no purpose. So this one is useful. Oh, here, see? It's so weird. Yeah, it's the near clipping that's kind of annoying here. Weird that they have two different lines, but okay, well, that being said, you know, that's kind of weird, but this is fine. So now if I go in edge select, Alt click, and why some of them are not selected? It doesn't matter, I just press F. And this is going to be applied the same texture as the other black surfaces. Right? That's cool. And now if I just go in the model and I look at the face orientation, oh cool, the new face is correctly oriented. And what about the rest that was already there while I'm at it? It just seems alright. You know? It seems alright. So now if I save, what is this? Oh, I did not delete all of the edges. Oh, you're kidding me, right? Let's go like this. Okay, just go X-ray and kill all the vertices, because please, this is really annoying now. Okay, like here, there's way too many, obviously, like right here. Clearly you're not useful, right? Oh no, you were. You were useful. Then which one isn't? This one right here? Vertices? No, you are useful. And what's the point? I don't get it. But this one is useful. Why? How? Yeah, I don't really get it. You know what? It doesn't matter. Well, I mean, there's a lot of these candles. And they're bugging stuff out, so... If I go in N, I can see the size of the item. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like I can really, okay. So at this point, oh, sorry. At this point, I guess I can just select everything and do some quick M by distance. And that distance could be like very, very small. Only remove 9 vertices, so that's fine. Okay, well, I guess it's pretty cool now. And now if I'm in object mode and I remove this face orientation and I go like this, you know, it looks fine, right? It looks all right. Okay, so I'm going to be exporting this as an FBX. export, thank you very much. And I'm going to be re-importing the candles. So in the environment, oh, did I just put the candle here? Where did I put it? Oh, I think I put it in middle room. No, I did not. Where is it? Da 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 da. You know what? Go back to the BP candle actor. Go here and open this, please. Where are you at? Meshes candle. Oh, there's just straight up candle here. Okay, yeah, environment and candle are just directly inside. I get it. So go here and go re-import base mesh. So you don't remember where it's at. It's fine. I'm going to be showing you that it's in desktop, Blender, Puzzle Manor, and in environment. Thank you so much. So now I do need the fire, the flames, to be a little closer. Okay, like this, yes. To just be slightly closer. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I don't want you to be like that. I want you to be 420 maybe. Maybe even a little less. Maybe like 415. And this is good, right? I think it's alright. And then the light, the point light. It's 2 in front here. So it could be a little bit more behind here. At minus 90 or something. Where's the flame? Minus 95? You could be at minus 95. So yeah, I guess the light is a child of the flames at that point. It could be at minus 90 as well, you know. It could be at minus 90. Yeah, 5. I think it's better if it's a bit more in front. I do think the flames are like almost too big, but at the same time, like you can't see them, so I'm not gonna make them smaller for sure. Okay, basically that should be good, right? The lighting should be fine. So if I save and I start, now I should have like a pretty good candle model. So yeah, if I look from the side, the candles look pretty lit. I mean, they look a little too lit if you look from the front, but from the side, you know, they look pretty lit. They're just too reflective, but okay. Like, even when I look here, I feel like this surface is like very reflective. Doesn't look like stone. And not just because it doesn't have like the correct normal map or whatever, it's just, I don't know, man. That's amazing. Yoo. Okay, well, this is pretty good for now. This is pretty good for now. So now, I think, you know, I've been streaming for a while. Well, I did start. No, that's not. Well, yes, but I started the stream pretty late. So I feel like for how much time we spent so far on the stream, we did pretty much what I was expecting we would be able to do. Except that even though I'm done with the particles for the candle, which like the particles look pretty good as well. Like I'm really sad that we can't see them like well enough. Cause like that's awesome. It really looks like a candle. I've got a surprisingly good shape for the fire. And I feel cheesed off, bro. Like, why can't we see? Why can't we see? Why does it have to be like this? Yeah. Please show me. Show me a better way to do this. Okay, well, For now, that's fine. Okay, I really feel like the candles are okay for now. The real improvement is gonna be when I make like little chandeliers that come out from the top here, as well as under here. There's gonna be like some actual like old-timey torches on the wall, just like wooden torches and whatnot. Here, I mean, it's fine. Maybe boob lights, as I said, it would be nice. And here, more like neon lights or something, like something more modern would be good. But for here, the candles are fine. Maybe medieval torches if I make some of these for the basement. So yeah, and here, the outside light, it's amazing. It makes for a really good scene. I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's great. I think it's cool. Yep. So I think that's pretty alright. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna make the music come back. Oh, it's a really good song as well. So now that the music has come back, I'm gonna take a quick second to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna leave you guys on pause while I'm going, and I'm gonna be right back. Oh, just before I go, if you just focus on the to-do, I'm gonna remove fire particles from the to-do list, okay? So once I come back, I'm gonna try to make the widget blueprint for the thoughts. I'm gonna try to make them inherit from a C++ class, just to get used to do some widget in C++, and then using that knowledge is gonna be a lot easier to add logic. For example, when I have a UI that I use for puzzles, right? So once I've done my training on the C++ thoughts, I'm just gonna go right ahead and do other UIs to start adding like actual puzzles to the game. Okay, so I'll be right back. Well. Look who's there. It's Godo. Okay, so your Godo will now go back to Unreal Engine. I'm gonna try like change a bit my chair settings. And now I'm gonna do just as I said, okay? So I'm gonna do a new class, which is gonna be inspired by this, but I'm gonna do a new class which is going to be a C++ class, but it's going to be a blueprint thing, a widget thing. What is slate widget? I have no idea what slate means. A custom slate widget deriving from S compound widget. Okay. Slate widget style. A custom slate widget style deriving from blah blah blah. I imagine a widget is a slate widget. It's probably called a slate because it's just like a... Clearly, unlike other classes like actor components, you probably cannot just do a full widget just in C++, actually. So slate probably just means like this is like a mold for a widget, right? Let's just try this, okay? Let's try it. I haven't seen any tutorial on how to do C++ widgets and whatnot. I just feel like I'm getting used enough to the Unreal Engine that I might be able to do it myself. My compound widget. Why compound? What does it mean? Who knows? So instead, I can call it the W thoughts. Let's just go for this. Okay, like honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying stuff out at this point. But it's fine. I mean, if I can start learning by myself, like truly by myself, it's good. It's really good. Because there may not be videos on the topics that I want eventually. And also, I just feel like documentation for C++ Unreal Engine is really, really, really poor. So being able to just figure it out by myself by looking at the code and what's available is much better. It is much better. If I can do it at all. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yep. Sorry, that was annoying. Okay, so here, if I remove all of these, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, sometimes I wish the length of these was like equal, so you could just click, and close them all. Okay, these. Oh wow. Already, it's harsh. It's harsh. So, puzzle Manor API SW thoughts public S compound widget. Compound widget is the base for which most non-primitive widgets should be built. Okay. Compound widgets have a protected member named child slot. Right. Okay. Play begins args. What? Construct this widget with in args. Okay, you can use arguments to construct your widget. What? Oh my god. Why is everything so different from one another in Unreal Engine? Okay. Look, very simple. Okay. Very simple. UE5 custom widget C++. Okay? Create a widget in pure C++ UI. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Widgets in C++. One of them is this. Unfortunately, that was in 2014. It's 2 years from then. Oh, it's from 2016. Wow. Okay. So he's talking about a post that was made 10 years ago. And he made that comment 8 years ago. That's interesting. So I assume UE is much better and supports many more libraries. So with UI, blah, 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 is it really possible to fully create a simple widget with a simple UText block in it and display a text on screen? Remember, my question is to do that in pure C++. No blueprint widget or any reference to blueprint widget is allowed in here. If you can answer it, please provide the very simple source code and header file and CPP file to enable it. Because I've encountered many people who give unclear answers without source code, which cannot be compiled or does not solve the problem. Okay, and someone actually knows the answer. Okay, I don't know, people are mad or something. Seems like a lot happened on that thread. I'm not here for the drama. I really just want something that works. So, user widget. That extend user widget. What? But what about these? These things? The why compound? For which non-primitive widgets should be built. Okay, but it's not an S compound widget, but okay. Next, you override the native construct method. So there's construct. Let's say it works similarly. Let's try. Let's give it a chance. Bind delegates here, okay? In your player controller class, create a and display the widget. Okay. 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 Oh, sheesh. Okay, that's not really helpful in terms of like teaching me how to do stuff. If I go Unreal Engine, it's only version 5 really. It's really not that helpful, bro. And I don't know, like they are definitely saying like you should use an S compound widget. So this is a very old question. I would like if it was in Unreal Engine 5. UMG widgets with C++, okay. I usually try not to watch like YouTube videos on stream because it feels like I'm kind of stealing their content or just reacting or something, even though I'm actually using it and trying to implement my own thing. But I think I'm going to do it now because we're really at the point where we need widgets. And yeah.
In this video, I'm going to add a heads-up display to our pawn with health and power progress bars. Since this is a network-based game, we'll add code to sync our progress bars between the server and clients. I'll be building off the Flybot project I've created in previous videos. There's a link for these down below, as well as a link for the project files on GitHub. When adding a heads-up display or any other type of user interface to an Unreal project, you have a few different options. One way is to derive from the AHUD class.
Wait, I think the sound is just slightly off for you guys, so I'm going to be increasing it a little bit. Okay, now if you made your sound higher,
which provides a canvas you can draw on with primitive functions. For example, you can draw lines or rectangles or text directly on it with C++ code. While this will run.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go back a little bit because I was checking out the volume more than I was listening.
There's a link for these down below, as well as a link for the project files on GitHub. When adding a heads-up display or any other type of user interface to an Unreal project, you have a few different options. One way is to derive from the AHUD class, which provides a canvas you can draw on with primitive functions. For example, you can draw lines or rectangles or text directly on it with C++ code. While this will run fast, it's hard to build up complex UIs with these primitive functions. Another way is the Slate framework, which provides you with a number of widgets for building up more complex UIs. It's still in C++, but uses a nested and declarative syntax that makes it a bit easier. Much of the Unreal editor is actually built using Slate. Another option, as the Slate documentation actually suggests, is to use UMG, or Unreal Motion Graphics. This also provides a set of widgets, which are actually wrappers for the Slate widgets, but you can edit these visually inside of the Unreal editor. It also integrates well with Blueprint, so it's nice if you don't know C++. In this video I'll be using UMG and doing the layout in the editor, but I'll be interacting with it using a custom C++ class. While the official documentation on the Unreal website is pretty decent for all these systems, I highly recommend BenUI, which has a great introduction for working with Unreal UIs, as well as examples of how to work with C++ and UMG widgets. To get started with adding our heads-up display to our pawn, we'll first create a new C++ class in our project. Let's open up our project directory in Windows Explorer, go to Source, then Flybot, and then create two new empty files called flybotplayerhud.h and .cpp. Back in the main project directory, right-click on flybot.uproject and go to Generate Visual Studio Project Files. This will update the solution to include our new class files. Then open up the Flybot solution file in Visual Studio. From the Solution Explorer, let's now open these new files up. In the header file, let's declare a new class called uFlybotPlayerHUD. This derives from uUserWidget, which is a UMG class we can extend for creating our own custom widgets.
Okay. It's kind of annoying though that when you do a C++ class in the common classes, they say use Slate. But uUser, which was the answer given 8 years ago, is apparently a wrapper for this. So that's kind of weird to me. UMG, sequence player. There's the uUser as well. User widget extension. I don't know. It just feels, you know. Sorry, where is it? SW thoughts. Where did you add them? Why isn't it here? Okay, I'm not gonna do a compound widget. I'm gonna be removing this actually. So here, bye-bye. So to do that, I'm gonna be taking both of these and I'm gonna be not only removing them here, but I'm also going to open, just another random one so that I can go in the containing folder and I'm genuinely going to remove these. Okay, now that they've been removed, if I just compile again, just do a quick build with Control B. Yeah, come on. Okay, it succeeded. So now if I reopen, should be fine. And I'm going to be adding, oh yeah, I should have kept it closed if I'm going to be making new classes. But basically, I need to make a child of uUserWidget. I wonder why they're trying to push the Slate system on the people if they made like a higher level system with UMG for like a long time ago. Shouldn't that be the default behavior? And then you go a little like closer to the metal if you need to, even if Slate is not very close to the metal. I understand that, but still, like the maximum level of abstraction might be what you want. No, maybe it's just less generalized. And they're like, yeah, if you're gonna make your own custom UI, maybe just use Slate and add your own behavior instead of taking all the behavior from stuff that already exists, but feels kind of weird. If I go in all classes, I can go user widget. So under widgets, visual widget. Okay, but there's these categories. So never mind object. You're kidding, right? Maybe not an actor component either. Actor desk container. Oh, really? Actor element asset data interface, blah, blah, blah. There's like all these things. Actor factory, actor folder, actor elements copy. That's crazy. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff for AI. I mean, I'm just a bit discovering the classes. Yeah, subsystem, analysis properties, analytics, privacy settings, Android SDK stuff, anim and whatnot, anim instance, just a bunch of animation stuff, assets. It's very generalized. But I understand, like, if these are the components that they use to even build the Unreal Engine, yeah, of course it's going to be very large. Like, again, the whole like asset import and stuff like that probably means that you can technically write your own like asset importer. So if, for example, I'm unsatisfied with the amount of 3D formats that are used to import 3D models, I could have probably made a custom importer for SKP models, right? And Blueprint Core, like the Blueprint system is here as well. You can extend this. That's kind of crazy. Buddy, bookmark, brush, BT node. There's like a bunch of stuff. Of course, there's a bunch of camera stuff. Chaos solver. That's crazy. Cheat manager, class template, cloth config, clothing, bunch of clothing stuff. Kind of crazy for clothing simulation and physics. Commentlet. Content browser stuff. That is crazy. Okay, that's just way too much. I'm just gonna go back to the user widget. Okay, if I highlight visual though. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So there's like panel slot, background blur slot, border slot, button, canvas panel, grid. That's like a lot of stuff. And under here, there's widget. And there's like a bunch of sorts of widgets and whatnot. Okay, it doesn't really matter now. There's like a lot that you can do. So you're going to inherit from user widget. And instead of being called user widget, I'm going to just call it W thoughts. Because this is the first one that I'm doing. And it seemed to say that you can modify it in the editor, like place stuff in the editor, even if it's a C++ class. Kind of crazy. I thought you needed a blueprint, like a widget blueprint, that inherits from this. Maybe that's what he's going to do, actually. Because he was talking about doing blueprint code. What I want to try is to avoid doing blueprint code. Basically, what I want to do is all the behavior written in C++ that connect to elements that are declared in C++, but then these elements, they also yeah, I don't really know, huh? Reload. Okay. So you don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this. The U class declaration is very small. He said abstract. Oh, you can say that. Okay, I'm not sure what it's supposed to say, but puzzle Manor API, that's good. UW thoughts. Clear HUD, okay, that's fine. You user widget, yeah, generated body, that's great. And then there's gonna be other stuff.
Later on, we'll further extend this in the editor with a blueprint to do the layout, but having the base class in C++ allows us to easily interact with the widget using other C++ code. We'll want to be able to update two different properties from our widget, health and power, so we'll define set functions for each of these. When these get called, we could update any number of elements in our UI, but for now, we'll just have two progress bars. We declare these as U properties so we can override them in the derived blueprints.
Okay, so here I'm actually going to... So everything is public for him, that's great, but I'm still going to separate my functions and my properties. So I actually want a U property that's going to be... Oh, he's using two U progress bars, I see. So edit anywhere, meta equals bind widget. Okay. I'm not sure what bind widget means. So if, I guess I can check here. There's Unreal Engine. There's property specifiers. If I go in metadata specifiers, okay. When declaring classes, interfaces, structs, enums, you can add metadata specifiers. Wait, I'm in property specifiers? Yeah, okay. You can add metadata specifiers to control how they interact with various aspects of the engine and editor. Okay. Each type of data structure or member has its own list of metadata specifiers. Warning, metadata only exists in the editor. Do not write game logic that accesses metadata. I see. So it's just to help with in the editor, and he says bind widget. Meta equals bind widget. Right, so these are general. Okay, I see. So here it's each type of data structure member. Okay, well, okay. So meta equals bind widget. I'm not sure what that's supposed to say, but I guess it's fine. Bind. I'm gonna put it there because he does that, but I don't know what this changes in the editor, but yeah. Here it's, oh, he says class U progress bar. Okay, I'm actually going to, I want text. So what's a U text or something? U text box. U text pointer. Okay, so if I go in here and I go in my blueprints, here I have a text that I'm using. What is it called? It's a text block, I guess. Yeah, this one. Text widget, maybe? Text. Okay, so something like U text widget. U text box. U text block. No, it's not. Okay, well, that's kind of annoying. So UE5 text widget. U text block, so I was right. I guess I have to import something. Component slash text block.h. It's weird because he didn't have to do anything to import progress bar. Okay, well, I guess he's lucky. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, don't you have to import stuff to use them? So it's a U text block. Yeah, as I thought. Pointer. Which is going to be text. Okay. And I can also add one more thing here. Is also bind widget, I guess. So here it's going to be not a U text block, but it's a U image, I think it was. Yeah, just a U image. I guess it's not gonna be here, so I'm probably need to find where it's at. So U image, yeah. I guess I was right. Component slash image.h. Okay. So it's a U image pointer, which is gonna be called opacity. Oh, is my stream okay? I seemed to have a disconnect. Is my stream okay? Yeah, okay, it seems all right. So here, these complex functions that I would prefer to have in code, yeah, get text and get color and opacity, they're just functions that I bound to, yeah, like the image and the text block. So here to one of the properties, like text, the text to display, I just bound a function. You can just bind something, you know, create a binding. So I guess that's what the maybe the meta tag bind widget is used for that. But I think mostly in the constructor of this class, I may have to bind stuff here. Okay. So if I kind of copy what he did, but for my own thing, so set health and set power, that's good. Here, there's, yeah, they call it get on the other one, which is kind of funny, and he calls it set. But it's true that the get changes the value, but you know, they're saying get from an outside source what I'm supposed to have. Like this is why they call it the getter, but what you're actually doing is just changing how it is. So I'm gonna call them set as well. Yeah, so it's just gonna be void, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Void, and then I just use my own values that I need. Okay. So here, I'm gonna be set text, which is only gonna take an F string, which is gonna be, you know, new text or something. And yeah, it's like that. Oh, also, he probably made them a, he did not make them a U function. Okay. Kind of confused by that, but that's fine. And I'm going to have set background as well, or set, you know, background opacity. Or maybe just set background color, but and the color will contain the opacity. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Here I could also, I don't know, I could also set the text transparency to whatever I want. I don't really know. Okay, here for now, I just want to make sure that I can do something that's functional.
We'll also pass in the bind widget specifier, which means the blueprints have to override these, as we'll see later on in the editor. In flybotplayerhud.cpp, we'll define the two set functions for health and power. In each case, we simply set the percent of the progress bar that should show as full. This expects a value between 0 and 1, so we can simply divide the current by the max. To make sure this can compile and run, we also need to update our flybot.build.cs file and add UMG as a dependent module.
I don't really like doing
Our
that,
flybot.
but okay. So, okay. I really don't like having to do this. I'm scared that my project will just fail completely. And I won't be able to use it anymore. That would be really annoying. So, yeah. But first off, yeah. So first off, let's just do what he did and define our functions. Yep. So in set text, I could just go text, probably pointer, and set text. right? Something like that to new text. Oh, yeah, well, it's going to be new text like this. Oh, what am I doing here? It's not new text here. It's going to be... I don't know, set background color, and here there's going to be... there. Yeah, it actually takes new text as well. I have to convert here. So it's going to be, I guess, text or f text. Okay, convert from string. And it's going to take new text here. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, and in fact, I say new text and whatnot, but that's not really true, right? What actually happens is I have a player. Like I go get the player. That's what I actually do here. I try to get the player, cast it to something, then, you know, like I do this whole process. This is what I'm supposed to do. But let's say this is like that for now. Or not. I really feel like, you know, you don't actually have any arguments. Set text is just something that happens once in a while. And what you do is not this. It's actually get player context. Get dot get player controller. Sure. And just to be sure, I couldn't just get the player controller right from the get-go, right? No, I get the player context and then the player controller and then dot. Or I try to cast this. So I cast this to a certain type, which is going to be my type that I like. So I don't know why I'm saying this like that. So I'm going to include, it's going to be player puzzle manner character. Yeah. Puzzle manner character dot h. So here I'm trying to cast it to a U puzzle character. No, it's an actor. U puzzle manner character. And this is going to be an auto player will be equal to this. And then I do like if player, then I keep going. And then in player, I can check for the target, the viewed actor. So I can just go player, viewed actor. Or yeah, if player and player viewed actor. So if there's a viewed actor, right? Then I can try to find a lookable on the viewed actor, right? So I can do, you know, player viewed actor, find component by class, which is going to be lookable. Okay, so I need to include lookable, I guess. Lookable.h, which is going to be u lookable static class, right? And this is going to be auto lookable, which will be equal to this. And if I manage to find a lookable, so there's another if here. If lookable. Okay, so if the lookable is valid, then I'm going to try to... Okay, if lookable and lookable dot or pointer dots dots. I thought they were accessible for anyone. Yeah, public, edit anywhere, blueprint, read only. Yeah, you do. Right there. You actor component. You're kidding me, dude? You find component by class. So if you find it by class, it means that it's of that class. It's kind of annoying that you have to... Oh, wait. No. Yeah, I think I can, right? I think I can just look for a lookable sorry, by class like this if I directly know the class, right? Yeah. Okay. So now that should work. All of a sudden, this should be a lookable. And not thoughts empty, you know? If you have thoughts, bro. If not thoughts empty, then you can set the text to lookable thoughts. Okay, that's pretty good. Yo, this is a lot more concise than like this whole thing here, right? Just a lot more concise. And not only that, but if I set a text, like a fully functional text, then I can just call set background color, right? So just set background color. And you don't even need to say the text. Yeah, exactly. You don't even need to know the text. You just have to be called by the other guy. By set the other guy, yeah. So yeah, in the .h, you don't even need to know the text. Because like, this guy gets it, you know? This guy gets it. Okay? So here, by the way, because like there's a condition inside of a condition inside of a condition, I don't want to add an... Because here, I would need to add an else. But then if this is also false, I also want an else, right? So actually, set background color could be F color. So yeah, I actually do want a property here, but it's going to be F color, which is going to be just like color. Okay, just color. This is fine. Okay, so you're actually going to be an F color, which is going to be, I don't know, like 0, 0, 0. Okay, just a bunch of zeros. Or like F, something like that. Right? Do you prefer this? No, it's a uint every time. And then there's the opacity, right? So opacity is going to be 0.3f or something. It's out of 255. Oh boy. That's awkward. So something like, I don't know, like 50? Like a fifth? Nah, more than that. 0.3. Like 75 or something. Let's say 80. Okay? So I guess 0080. So fully black makes an F color. Yeah, okay, that's good. And then here you actually have an F color, which is called color. Sorry for removing the things. And here you're actually gonna go like background and like set color or something. Set color and opacity. F linear color. That's an F linear color, really. So if I just go color, you're like mad at me? Oh no, you're not. What's an F color? What's an F linear color? What? What? If I go F color, it's probably a subclass of F linear color, I would assume, right? That's really annoying. Just go in F color. And then, header, include, that's fine. Why do I not see the tree? Why is Unreal Engine's documentation so bad? Okay. And F color, what is it? How do you describe it? Stores a color with 8 bits of precision per channel. Note, linear color values should always be converted to gamma space before stored in an F color, as 8 bits of precision is not enough to store linear space colors. This can be done with F linear color to F color true. Okay, but now I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking an F color and putting it there. I don't know, maybe I just make it an F linear color. Okay, that might just be a little better. So you do this. Here you can be an F linear color, right? Wait, comma? Oh, you're so annoying, man. Okay, wait. So it's a bunch of floats now. Are you kidding me? This is what I was using a second ago. Okay, so it's gonna be 0.3 F. I prefer when it's a full number. It's kind of annoying when it's just and 0.0 F. Okay, I don't want casting conversions, whatnot. Just those are my variables. So if you've got some text to display, like actual text for real, you just go there. But then because there's like a combined condition and whatnot, I kind of want to know if I don't get here, right? So I guess I could make another function, which is going to be a private function. Which is just about like testing stuff, right? Nah, I mean, it's kind of annoying because like I don't want to just test the things, but I guess I do. Because I'm getting a lookable and whatnot. Like I'm casting, I'm doing actual steps. So you know what? No. This is too annoying. I'm just gonna be adding a boolean, bool, I don't know, has text. Why is this like this? Which is gonna be equal to false by default. Then here I'm gonna be setting it to true. So I'm saying has text is equal to true. So since it is true, I'm setting the text, I'm setting the background and everything. But here, I can do if not has text. If not has text, then I can just set the text to 0 or like to empty stuff. This to like, an F string or something. Like a new F string. Like an empty string. I could probably just put an actual constant, huh? So just give it a constant. Oh yeah, I need more. So just, boom. What if I'm just using a normal string? Can I just set the text directly? Nah, I can't. So I'm just getting empty text, and here it's actually going to be 0. Like this, okay? So yeah, in U, I'm just setting the value that's being asked to set. In fact, it could actually just be, you know, why do I need a function that just calls one thing? Right? It could just be this. Sorry, background set color and opacity. Just like this, right? I could just, that could just be it. So set text, you know, that's what it does. So actually, I don't need this. I only need one function because it does it all in one sweep. It's much simpler. That's the kind of thing that you can't do in the blueprints. I want to affect the thing because basically I'm just verifying one thing, the text. And if I'm setting an actual value to the text, hey, might as well give it a background, like they're tied together. So yeah, that's pretty good. So just set text, you know, just one function, much simpler. And it does all the checks, it does everything I need. Okay, now that I've made my own thing.
.build.cs file.
Oh, that's annoying, yeah, the .build.cs. Where is this?
To make sure this can compile and run, we also need to update our flybot.build.cs file and add UMG as a dependent module.
The dot, oh, it's right here, puzzlemanor.build.cs. So here, yeah, okay, he made that like much more explicit. That's a lot better. So if I'm using the conventions of Unreal, it should go like this, right? Because he didn't do that, but they do open brackets on the new line. So I'm going to do that as well. Yep. Now enhanced input. He did put Niagara, but oh, probably because he did some code to do some particles. Whoa, that's insane, brother. UMG. Okay, that should be fine. Now, what does he do?
Let's build it, run the editor, open the content browser, and then go to the player folder. In here, we'll right-click, create a new blueprint class, and then use the Flybot player HUD we just created as the base class.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. He actually does a blueprint class. So, okay, so here, Control B. Please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. I'm very stressed right now. Come on. Not failing so far. Come on. This is so stressful. Why is this taking so long? It succeeded. Thank God. Holy. Okay. Oh gosh. I was kind of stressed now. Phew. Okay. I thought I was gonna lose my entire project, honestly. Okay. I don't know. It was probably because of the old tutorial that I did that completely broke my tutorial project like 5 times in a row. I had to recreate the project entirely every time. That was really annoying. Man. Oh man, am I glad it works. So now, oh, and it compiled correctly, right? So the code should be fine. So if I go here, yeah, maybe you don't know about everything and stuff, but like just do this, and then it should be fine. Right? Compile C++ code. You should be all right. Right? Okay, I think it's fine. So now, there is that thing here. I'm going to rename it to WB Thoughts 2 because I'm going to be renaming the other one. Right? Because here you have W Thoughts, so just widget thoughts, and here it's widget blueprint. So it's going to be blueprint class, okay, which is going to inherit from all classes, and in fact, it's going to be W thoughts, right? This, okay, this is fine. And you're actually going to be WB thoughts, just like the OG, but then you're the new OG. Okay, because there should be less things now to do. And if I open this, wait, there's nothing here. He's lying to me. Okay, I don't know if I like what he's doing in this tutorial, but
We'll call it Player HUD BP. When we open this up, it doesn't open the normal blueprint editor, it instead opens the widget blueprint editor. The widget editor allows you to visually lay out how you want your UI to look by using other widgets that you can find in the palette on the left-hand side. You combine these in a tree structure, but some widgets can't contain other widgets. In other words, some can only be a leaf node. For example, a progress bar can't contain any other widgets inside of it. Some widgets, mainly those under the panel section, can contain any number of child widgets, with various options to lay them out. The root of the tree, or our player HUD blueprint, can only contain a single widget, so it usually makes sense to start with one of the panel widgets. At the bottom under compile results, you'll notice that there are warnings about health bar and power bar not yet being bound. This is because we added those progress bars with the bind widget specifier in the C++ class. This means our blueprint class won't compile until we've added those two. For now, let's drag a single progress bar widget.
it's actually compiler results, which I don't even know where it's at, but okay. Oh, if I try to compile, yeah. Text background, image was not found.
To be our root file until we've added those two. For now, let's drag a single progress bar widget to be our root widget. With this selected, we'll now see a number of properties on the right-hand side under the details panel. This will be different for each widget type. For our progress bar, we'll set the default percentage, the background color, and the foreground color. We'll also name it health bar, which is one of the required widgets we need to add. If we try to add...
Okay, I think I understand what he did here. You know, the meta bind widget, I think that what it means is that it's not being created by the C++. Instead, it's inside of the... you bind it with a widget, right? Meaning that you don't create it here, you create it in the widget. I don't know how much I like that, but I'm going to do the way he does because I'm not even sure that I could make a constructor here. Because like basically the other solution is like you just make a public UW thoughts like this, right? And then what you can do in this is like instantiate a bunch of stuff. I could try it actually. Okay, let's try it. Here. And here I could actually just do just instantiate like there was a canvas, right, that I wanted originally, like in panel, just the canvas panel. Yeah, I think I want to create a canvas panel that I don't really keep a reference to, like as the child, the root of this. So maybe if I just check UI canvas panel, U canvas panel. Yeah, I can do that actually. So yeah, if I go here, let's just include it here. Let's say. Okay, so I can just go auto canvas will be equal to create default sub object, which is going to be a U canvas. Sorry, it's going to be a U canvas panel, right? And then I can just say root. Make root. Okay, I can't. Why? Yeah, if I just do this, why can I not do this? No instance of overloaded function with default sub-object matches the argument list. Okay, so I can't make a UCanvas panel, basically. not with default sub object. It's going to be create default canvas. Okay, so maybe instead I just, yeah, but I really need the create thing. Okay, well, I can't seem to understand how to do this by myself. So instead, I'm going to be doing just like he does in the tutorial and simply binding them together. So the thing that I find kind of annoying though is really the fact that he doesn't seem to want to do as much as possible in C++, and my goal is kind of to do as much as possible in C++. I understand that laying out elements in the screen, you know, in the view, is probably better to do like in the editor, so in the blueprint class. But I would like to just open the blueprint class, kind of like I'm opening a normal blueprint that I make from one of my C++ class. If I instantiate like a box collision and a light source and whatnot, or camera for the player, all of these, once I create the blueprint class, all of these elements already exist. They're not placed anywhere intelligent, but I can just like place them around. But I like that they are there already. And because they are already there, they like automatically correspond to whatever I have in my properties, right? So I have a reference to them, I can change stuff to them. It's very easy. I just don't really care about their position. The widget will take care of that. The blueprint will take care of that. That's usually my way to, like, the way that I view those things. So it's kind of annoying here that I feel like I just have to make everything from scratch. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. So I'm just gonna put a canvas panel actually, kind of like what I did originally, just because like I knew it worked. I know that this is something that will do what I want it to do. So yeah, you, by the way, your anchors gonna be like right here, right? Does that make sense? Here. Okay, that's your anchor. Also, can I like reset to anchor or something? Is that a thing? Oh, I can. Wow, that's kind of amazing actually. Kind of weird that it's like this, but hey. Like this and like this or something, like a big part of the screen, not all of it. So position is going to be minus 500, I think, right? And position Y is going to be like 200, or sorry, minus 200. The reason why it's minus 200 is because your size is 200 here, and here is going to be 1,000, right? So that's exactly smack dab in the middle. I might want it to be a little bigger or something. Like the size Y, I might want it to be like 300, but then that means I need like minus 300. So yeah, something like that. I think I want it to be a little larger as well, like maybe 200. So that means like minus 600. But this is overall pretty fine. Color and opacity for now, just that color, that opacity of 0. Okay, by default, that's what I want. Or put 0.3 or something. Okay, like it is. Like this. Okay, that's cool. And now this image, I'm actually going to rename to background. Boom. Right? Right? That's good, right? And now if I recompile, yes, exactly, right? A required widget binding text of type text was not found. Yeah, okay, so that's how you define those. This is a good way to do it, I think, but again, I would prefer if I could do it a bit differently. So size, you're gonna have the same like properties as this, right? So minus 600, minus 300. Then size is gonna be 1200 and then like 300. Oh, also your anchor is like right there. So I guess reset those. So you're gonna be minus 600 and this minus 300. And also the text is gonna be aligned. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. And then okay. That's color and opacity, so you're going to be much less opaque. Something like 0.6 or maybe like yeah, 0.6 is actually pretty good. I think it's clearer than it used to be, but that's better. Size, was it 44 or something? It was much bigger than that. Maybe 54? Just 50 maybe? Something like that. Bold, sure. Roboto is fine. Letter spacing, I don't really care. It's okay. Hue amount, mono spacing. Not sure about that. Outline settings? Nah. Aligned to the center, please. That's a justification. But then I want the wrap. Wrapping policy, default wrapping. Sure. Auto wrap text. Okay, I think that's all that I wanted. So here, if I recompile again, the problem is that I didn't call it text. No, I really want it to be called text. Thank you very much. Compile. Now everything works. So that's cool, but I don't want to have to take an event and say like, hey, at every tick, for example, like update call the update function of this. Like, I don't want to do that. Maybe I could put a binding again, but I want to do it in C++, man.
Add another progress bar or duplicate our health bar, you'll notice we can't. This is because the root can only contain a single widget. To fix this, we'll use a canvas panel as our root widget.
Yeah, okay.
Our canvas panel. If we select the health bar, you'll notice a new section appears in the details panel. This is called the slot, which provides all the options of laying it out inside of the canvas panel. Keep in mind that different panel types will provide different slot options. For canvas panels, you specify where you want to position your child relative to an anchor point. You'll notice the size and position values change as I resize it and drag it around. I want the health bar to appear in the lower left, so I'll set its anchor to be in the lower left. If we reset the position to 0, 0, you'll see that the progress bar appears below our anchor. Since this is outside of the dotted lines of our canvas panel, it means it wouldn't be seen on the screen. You can change how the widget is positioned relative to its anchor by updating its alignment. As I drag the alignment values between 0 and 1, you can see how it changes. We'll use alignment values of 0 and 1 so it appears inside the panel. We'll also set our position value so it appears 20 pixels away from the corner. Next, we'll resize it to be 300 pixels wide and 50 pixels high. As you can see, the progress bar has a stripe pattern even though I have it set to use a solid color. This seems to be a bug in the editor, so to get around it, we're going to create a new material to use as a background image. We'll open up the content browser, go to the materials folder, right-click, and then create new material. We'll name it White UI for user interface. Once we open it up, we'll change the material domain to use the user interface setting. As you see, this takes away most of the output options. We want this to be white instead of black, so we'll create a constant 3 vector and then set the color to white. We'll save it, close it, and then go back to the widget editor. Under the details for the progress bar, we'll go to Fill Image and then change the image to be our new White UI material. You'll see the stripe pattern is now gone, and the green tint we previously had still applies on top of the white material we just added. If we try to compile it, you'll notice we get an error because we're still missing the power bar widget. To fix this, we'll select the health bar, Press Ctrl W to
And she's
duplicate
going.
it, rename it to power
Okay,
bar, anchor
I
it in the
don't
lower
need
right
these.
hand corner, and then update the position and
Yeah, that's cool.
because
I'm
we're
not
not adding
doing
it to the client
like he
viewport yet.
does.
To fix this, let's open up Clients.
Wait.
If we go to the level and hit play, you'll notice we don't see the new HUD UI on our clients. This is because we're not adding it to the client viewport yet. To fix this, let's open up flybotplayerpawn.h and add two new properties. The first will be the class to use for our heads-up display. We'll set this to the widget blueprint.
See, that's the thing. Like, that's kind of like what the guy was saying in the forum, answering the question, which is like, hey, make a user widget and add it to your player. And it's like, okay, but like, why? Is this what I was doing as well in the thoughts too here? I don't think so, right? What was I doing? In the event graph? I was doing something to add it. Oh, I think it was in like the level blueprint or something, right? Was it in the game mode or something? I don't know. Like, just full blueprint editor, please. No, it's not in begin play or in construct. So I guess it wasn't here. So maybe, where was it? Oh, was it actually in the puzzle Manor character? I don't think so, right? No, I don't think so. Where was it then? I'm kind of confused. Yeah, it says this when you have no nodes. So, where? I really don't remember. Is it in here? I really, really, really don't know. Oh, is it open level blueprint? It's in the level blueprint, right? Yeah. So in the level blueprint, I can just add a widget to the viewport. Create this dot widget. What if I went and did WB thoughts, just the normal one, and I add this to the viewport? You can set an owning player, right? But here I'm not setting an owning player. I guess the reason why they do it to the player is instead of the level is because if you have multiple players, you want the blueprint to be like different and separate from each. And you might want to have multiple different levels with the same player. And the player has this, like, you know, you can see here, that's pretty good, right? Okay. So here, it seems to work. Okay, so text, first off, the text I feel like is way too small. I don't know, like 66 or something. This is already a lot bigger. Also, I think it's too big, the area here. So the position and whatnot, like it's not that bad, but you're gonna be 1-1 and you're gonna be 5-5 here. This way, there's always going to be, you know, a slight amount of stuff around it. So for the same reason, you're gonna be 250. You're gonna be at minus 250 here, right? And you're gonna be 250 in sides. This way, there's like a little black border that's never gonna be stepped on by the text. Okay, so if I restart now, I'm like, ooh, that's great. The text does seem to be just slightly too big though. Just slightly. You know, maybe I just went a bit overboard with 66. Maybe 55 is fine. Okay, maybe 55 is fine. Maybe it's gonna be 60. Who knows? I don't know if I want it to be bold actually. Can I just want it to be regular? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think it's fine. Regular. I think it's, you know, not really necessary to have it so huge. Plus, it's kind of easy to read now that it's less transparent than it used to be. And the transparency is for the black border is really, really, it's a bit too transparent, I think. Just a bit too much. So transparency could be 0.4 something. And, you know, if I wanted to save this somewhere, I wouldn't necessarily have to, like, you know, make it a property that can be changed in the blueprint or anything like that. I could just get the background color at the start and keep that. Because right now, 0.3, it's actually 0.4, I decided. So it's kind of weird that I have to change it in two places, and two places that are like completely separate whenever I change it. So this is fine. Now I just want to be able to call the function pretty much whenever. Like, I guess when the tick happens, but, you know.
Later on. The second property is an instance of this class that we'll create. This allows us to easily update the health and power later on. At the top of this file, we'll also add begin play and end play overrides. This is where we'll create and destroy our player HUD class and attach it to the viewport. At the top of flybotplayerpawn.cpp, we'll add two new header files. The first is our flybot player HUD header file, so we can access members of the base class. And the second is userWidget.h. This contains a create widget function that we'll use to create instances of our player HUD widget.
Wait, but this might be good to destroy it though, which is not something I'm doing. So in the Manor level, there's begin play, yeah. But can I do end play? Event end play? Yeah, so what you're gonna do is not create, it's gonna be widget blueprint create widget. Okay, so here it's going to be widget. Dismiss all menu. No, that's not what I want. It's okay, there's create widget, but is there like another thing which is like destroy widget? Is there such a thing as like destroy widget or remove? Remove all widgets. Yep, that's good. On event end play. Yeah, the thing is, to be honest, again, like, because there's multiple players and whatnot, like, maybe that's why you want to destroy the thing. Like, at end play, it's not even level exit. It's literally like end play. Or end the level, I guess, but I don't know. I guess removal widgets is fine, but if it's tied to the level and the level, like, ends play, it means that the level, like, kind of gets deleted anyways. So I don't really know. Maybe maybe I can just leave it like that, but sure. So here, and then if I replay, I don't know. I think it's fine. Maybe it was not necessary to do this, but this is fine. I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. So from there, like, I'm trying to see what he does because I might want eventually to know how to do this, like attach it to the player and whatnot. But
in the player pawn constructor, we'll set our two new properties to
like
null.
a much simpler
Even though
here.
this isn't needed since uObjects zero out all memory when created, I still like to set a value for every property in the constructor. Next, just above the tick function, we'll add the begin play definition. After calling the parent version, we'll first check that the player HUD class is set and that it's locally controlled. This is because we only want to create these widgets when there's an actual user and screen connected to this pawn. We don't want to create widgets for remotely controlled pawns. When we create a widget, it has to be owned by something, and in our case, we want it owned by the local player controller. This is because the player controller will have references to the local player and the viewport attached to it. Once this is created, we add it to the player screen. Next, we'll add the definition for end play. If we have a player HUD instance, we'll call remove from parent to remove it from the player's viewport. We'll then set the instance pointer to null. The garbage collector will clean it up once it's safe to do so. Let's build it, run the editor, open up the content browser, and open up the player pawn blueprint inside the player folder. In here you'll see the new player HUD class property appears, and we can set it to the player HUD blueprint we created earlier. If we compile, save, and hit play, you'll see the heads up display now appears in our clients. Before adding code to update the progress bars, I'd like to add some icons next to the progress bars to indicate if icon is helps will then
all that I want to see is
power by when it shoots. Power will act sort of like the ammo for these shots, and it will slowly regenerate over
That's
the
cool.
target.
That's cool.
We'll first cast both the target and the shooter to flybot player these properties to change the
Wait, maybe I
health and
just
power
invested
for the
it too much.
pawns, and then update the progress bars as needed. Let's start by opening up flybotshot.h and adding 2 new properties. Health delta to change will slowly regenerate over time. In flybotshot.cpp, we'll initialize both of these properties to -1. Down below in the onHit function, we'll add some code to update the health when the shot hits a target. We'll first cast both the target and the shooter to flybot player pawns. We then check to see if the target cast succeeds, because we only care when we're hitting another pawn.
I guess I'm just
It doesn't
making a
matter if we're
tick
hitting a wall or
function.
some other object in the world. We also make sure the target is not the shooter, just to make sure pawns can't damage themselves. Next, we make sure we have authority over the target, which means this code is running on the server. If all this is true, we'll call a update health function that we'll add shortly to the pawn. At the top of this file, we'll also include flybotplayerpawn.h, since we're now calling a member of this class. In flybotplayerpawn.cpp, we'll update the try shooting function to set the instigator when we successfully spawn a new shot. We called getInstigator in flybotshot.cpp, so we need to make sure to set it here so that call succeeds. In flybotplayerpawn.h, we'll add some properties and functions for tracking the pawn's health. We'll add a max health property, as well as a health property that goes down every time it gets shot. Health will only change on the server and then replicate down to the clients. When the clients get an update, it will code we share. We'll have a max health of 25, and then we'll add a new line so the pawn starts replicating the health property for this pawn. Down in begin play, we'll add a call to set health on our player HUD. The first is onRepHealth, which only gets called on the clients when the health property is updated. For this, we'll simply update the health on our player HUD. Next, we have the update health function that gets called on the server to apply the health delta to our pawn. We simply add the health delta and then clamp it to make sure it's still between 0 and max health. When the health property changes here, it will get replicated down to all the clients. In a future video, we'll add some code to eliminate this pawn when the health reaches 0. When we build and test it in the editor, you can see the pawn's health bar starts at full and goes down when it gets shot. We now need to add some code to track and update the power for the pawn. Let's open up flybotplayerpawn.h and add some new properties.
Okay, so basically, what I'm like, he's not gonna be showing me here. What I wanted to know is in the widget blueprints, I wanted to know how this one, right? Like get color and opacity. It's like it's a callback function, but it's tied to in designer, it's tied to like a property. But like when is it getting called? You know what I mean? Like it's not clear when it's getting called. So, or like, yeah, here. But I guess it's in the tick. I guess when you do that, since you bind a property to something else, either like, yeah, because like this is the function that is getting called. Like the bound function is like, hey, to set the text, do this. But like, it's not like a real delegate where you know when it's happening, right? So it's probably just updating constantly. That's my assumption. So if I just want to see it work and like see if it works, I could just probably just get a tick function. So void tick or, you know, user widget. Okay, if I go user widget and I try to find the thing, yeah, music again. Oh wait, it's way too loud. Oh, sorry. Let's go here. Okay, just a bit of music. So UE5, user widget, and I want to see what kind of tick function it has. UMG sequence, UUMG sequence tick manager. Okay. Oh, that's a variable. I want a function. Okay. I think I'm with the OG pick here. So I'm just going to be calling... By the way, if you wanted to know, the stream is not going to be lasting infinitely anymore. We're towards the end. I would just like to at least finish this, like W thoughts. So if I can get the W thoughts to work partially in C++, that would be really good. Because it would mean that I understand a decent amount. Is this a void or does it return something? Void tick to this and then like this. That should be fine, yeah. Oh, function definition. Yeah, just give me a sec. Then you're gonna call super tick. No, just the same thing here. Call this on super. Sorry. You have to be kidding me. It's a user widget. And this is very explicitly telling me that user widget has this kind of tick function. Override in derived classes, but always call the parent implementation. You're kidding me, right? Why? Are you kidding me, dude? Tick. Tick frequency, that's fine. Update can tick, this is fine. You have to be kidding me, dude. Tick. Dude, I literally just did this. Is it because it's not virtual? Okay, you know what? Much simpler than this, okay? Much simpler. I can just know when I'm supposed to call set text. How? Kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to write a delegate, basically, I'm pretty sure. So what I can do is... Because basically, the only time where I want to set text is when I'm somehow modifying the value of the viewed actor, right? So I could add a function to the player which is like unviewed actor change, right? And that would be a delegate actually. So a delegate which is like unviewed actor change or something. And then instead of the player even keeping track of the viewed actor, it would just view an actor and then broadcast, hey, by the way, I was looking at a certain, like now I'm looking at this actor, right? And yes, it calls it every tick, but you know, actually, if I keep a reference in the player to the viewed actor, I could update it less frequently because I'm doing two things with that, right? When I'm clicking, I'm using the current viewed actor. So, oh no, wait, that's fine actually. When I'm clicking, it's fine. Oh, no. Actually, I could do two delegates. So one delegate, which is on click, and one delegate, which is like on look, maybe. So on look just means like, hey, the viewed actor has changed. So you're suddenly looking at the new actor. Oh, but doing it every tick is good though. It's actually really good, so never mind. Never mind. Yeah. So then I don't know, like maybe. Yeah, but it's kind of annoying because now, like the point of this, having like you find the player and then modifying it and whatnot. Oh yeah, but there's no players associated with this UI though. Yeah, actually, I don't even know how it would work. Because like thoughts too, if I go here, I get player character. Yeah, I'm not too sure actually. I think I'm gonna have to think about this. Maybe I'm gonna end the stream pretty much now. And I'm gonna have to think about this. Because, well, I need to go to the bathroom first off. And I think I need to walk my dog. I think she's starting to want to go for a walk. But, you know what? Let me, just give me a sec, okay? I'm going to the bathroom. And while I'm going to the bathroom, I'm gonna think about the best way to do this. And I might come up with a solution. If it's fast enough to implement, we might try to do it before I go on the walk with my dog. So just give me a quick sec. I'm gonna pause you guys for like a minute or two. Okay, I'm back. You know what? I'm thinking about this and I'm not sure what's the best way to do it if I can't make the thing tick. But I think maybe I gave up too fast because if I can manage to make the component, the widget basically tick, it would make my life so much easier, okay? It would just solve all of my problems right now. So I'm just gonna, you know, do a bit of Googling. UE5, okay. C++ widget tick. Okay, see, that's the exact question that I had. Okay, there's like a lot more. Oh, really? Oh, really? Native? That's weird. To me, I thought native was to be avoided, and the tick, the normal tick, was what you wanted. So native tick, really? Okay. Okay, that's all right. That seems all right. I mean, I'm a little surprised to see this, but that would absolutely solve my problem. That would absolutely solve it. So here, instead of this is UW thoughts. This is great. Super native tick. Okay, that's great. You say yeah, super as no, yeah. Okay, this is fine. Now I just take this. Oh, that's a geometry pointer. Okay, I didn't realize. Well, reference, but so here I go. And then I can just remove this. Boom. Native tick. And that's going to be an override. Maybe even virtual. Like virtual void native tick override. And then here, super native tick. Class U widget. But it's not a U widget. That's the thing. Your parent is not U widget. It's U user widget. And yes, it does have a native tick. This is really annoying that it's telling me that it doesn't have one. Because it just does. It absolutely does. Like here he has, yeah, a U user widget. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong with, maybe there's something wrong like here or something with the definition. This is fine. Okay. Here, I'm going to click on you. And I'm going to go with tick again. Fine. This is fine. Tick. Okay. You don't want to do tick? This is fine. I'm going to do native tick. This is, okay, this is virtual. That's good. That's good. It's protected. Okay. UMJPI, fine. Virtual void native tick with these parameters. Okay. You know what? I'm taking the whole thing. I'm taking the whole thing, brother. Just the whole thing for myself. That's right. Like this and override. Okay? Just so we're clear here. Right? Right? Okay. It had to be const. You know what? Fine. That is fair enough for me. Okay, super native tick this. I'm going to take this line because it's going to be the same. But here, I will just ask you to give me an implementation. It's going to be easier. Like this. Okay, thank you so much, my dude. Okay. Yeah, maybe like this. Yes, super has a native tick. It does. So maybe I'm, or maybe, oh, maybe it doesn't have an implementation. It does say super. Okay, well, you know, I would like to know userWidget.h. That is fine. Can I find your implementation? Not only can I find it, but it does have one. Super, you know what? You use widget, okay? That's what I'm going to be calling. Thank you so much. What if I say super? Type def, uObject, super. This is very annoying, but this is fun, okay? So you're calling the thing here. This is cool. And in the tick, you know what? I just want to set text, okay? So if the tick works, and I may have to like make a constructor that can set the tick to true and whatnot, and maybe even the tick speed, who knows? Const F geometry, that's fine. Okay, look here. I'm gonna be recompiling. And then I just really hope it works. If it doesn't work, I might try for like another 10 minutes. But then like I'm gonna be finishing the stream pretty soon. I'm gonna have to go walk my dog. It's kind of late for her. Well, sometimes when we finish dinner a little later, we walk her at like 7 p.m. But like, you know, it's 6:40, so I don't want to wait too much. Plus, my girlfriend should actually finish her thing at 7. So, you know, the time she comes back and whatnot, it would be good if I'm home and at least ready to eat, right? At like 7:15, 7:20, something like that. Maximum. Earlier would be better. Okay, so now... Oh. Okay, well... Okay, so now I think the only problem is because I'm trying to get a player that hasn't been assigned, right? I haven't assigned this to any player. So here in the Manor level, I could actually just give it its owning player, being the default character and whatnot. So here, I'm getting the player character, right? So I could just get this one. Okay, so here, Control C, here I click, Control V. Okay, that is the player you want. Right, so it needs to be a character. Okay, I get this. This is a character. You can't argue. This is a character, okay? So here I go here. Boom. It's fine. Whoops. Event begin play, you get this. Then you get this. Okay. How is it not? It's a character. Player controller. Okay, so instead maybe I cast it instead to... like this. So now you have your player. So now, where is the warning? Player controller does not inherit from character. Okay, and... I don't know what the problem is. I mean, it is not working, so at the end of the day, you know. I'm not sure that I get this. This is player controller, and this is a player controller object. This is a player character and not player controller. Okay, so maybe I just do get player controller. Okay, this seems better now. Okay, UE C++. Get player character. I'm casting this instead. You gameplay statistics. Yeah, okay, so you don't have gameplay statistics. So it's probably include gameplay statistics. Nah, it's not gonna be that simple. It's gonna be inside of something else. UE5, you gameplay statistics. You gotta include this. Kismet / gameplay statistics.h. Okay. All of this is starting to be really complicated. Oh, I don't need this. Okay, so this is fine. So I can get the player, get world, get blah, blah, blah. That's cool. That's pretty much what I'm doing here. So, okay, because I'm doing this like that, I probably don't need this weird thing here. So thank you so much. And yeah, this is not needed. Remove it. I don't care. Garbage collection. So it's not doing it either. Okay, so here I want to do something. I want to G engine. It's going to be add on-screen debug message. There's going to be a classic -1. Stay for 1 second. Display color is going to be an F color, yellow. Doesn't matter. And here it's going to be some text macro to do ticking. Okay, I just want to make sure that it's ticking. Also, I did not compile, so that might be the problem. No, it's not true actually, because I didn't change the code before the debug message. Come on. Okay, so if I start here, it is ticking. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, because the other guy was saying, oh, it's not ticking. Okay, so that it is ticking. So the problem is probably in acquiring the player, especially a player that's functional. Okay, so here, the viewed actor, by the way, shouldn't have anything to do. So, player found. So I think that has to be the problem, right? It only makes sense. Otherwise, you know, I feel like everything would work right out of the bat. Oh, it does work. Yo, that's awesome. Okay, this is really cool. It works. And I know that technically, you know, it's basically just a copy of this. By the way, I'm probably just going to be editing the text block here. So I think I like the shape of the text block and the transparency better, but I preferred the size and whatnot of the text. So it's 60 regular Roboto. That's what I did. So it's 60 actually. Size is 60 and regular. Okay, so this is much better, I think. So it's less elongated, but it's a lot higher. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have been better like this. It's about 1300 and 200 in height. So maybe I just go back to this because it does take a lot of room on my screen. So maybe 200 was better, right? So it's gonna be minus 200 as well. And maybe, you know, I want it to be a little more elongated. So like 1300 gonna be minus 650, right? And the text block is gonna be, yeah, just 1250 or something, or just 1200, I guess. 1200 and minus 600 here. Not 60, minus 600. And then here, instead of being 250 in height, the other one was 200. So you're also going to be very close to 200. So in position, you're going to be like minus 180 or something. And your size is going to be 180, right? Something like that. There's just little stripes that, and in fact, no, I think you're too short here. So you're in the 50 and here is going to be 25. Boom. Okay, so you're very well centered. Okay, so now if I look again, it feels a lot more like what it was like before. Or does it? I don't know. So thoughts, but there was thoughts too, no? What are you talking about? Oh, you're... Yeah, like this. So, yeah, this is fine. It's okay if you're being pruned. So here. Okay, and now if I go here. Yeah, you're the one being pruned. This is fine. I just want one of them at the same time. Yeah, it does somehow look like it's bigger, huh? I don't know why. That's kind of weird. Maybe it just looks more intense because it's you know what? Maybe I do want it to be, you know, the full thing, right? Yeah, maybe I do want it to be like that. Maybe it just felt better. Right? Yeah, it's fine actually. I prefer it like this. Yes. Actually, I do. Yeah, the other one was kind of like more to the left, but this one is like much better centered as well. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, wait. No, I didn't actually get a feel. Yeah. It does look bigger because it's brighter. You see it better, right? Okay, so now just so that I'm not annoyed, I will remove this. But yeah, it's ticking, it's working. I mean, everything's great, right? Like, I just made a widget in C++. And then I only used this to align stuff. There's nothing in the graph, nothing anywhere. And I'm just setting it in the Manor level. So this way I don't really have to care about like the player or anything like that. I'm just finding the player whenever I'm using it, so it's cool. And yeah, there's no problem with that. So I'm actually not going to be telling you to keep going music. I'm actually just going to be calling it a day. It's almost 7 p.m. I really need to go walk my dog, and I'm done with a task for today. So it was a little harder than I thought to do a widget in C++, but now we're at the point where we know how to do it. And next time, I mean, you know, we've got our task decided for us, right? Like we're just going to be working on the UI. So we're going to be spending a bunch of time doing some like fake computer screens inside the game in which we can like solve puzzles and like, you know, just click some stuff, click some colors to solve puzzles and whatnot, and just enter like numbers to give answers. And then I'm gonna do like a whole system with those where you need like to, you know, get the answers right and whatnot. And once you get the correct answer and you click OK or like submit or something like that, like a little button, you click that button, it verifies everything that's on that's part of the UI. And then if you've got every answer correct, it's then going to just activate a trigger, right? So it's gonna maybe itself it will be a trigger or something, and it will just, you know, boom, just send the activation to a bunch of stuff, right? So the first thing we're gonna be doing is the computer UI, and there's gonna be multiple levels in the puzzles that you have to answer on the computer. But the first one is going to be the one about, you know, the colors of the books in the bookcases. If I show you inside of the game. Oh, wait, I did not recompile. So I removed the thing. I now need to recompile because, again, it's kind of annoying having some text appearing on screen. So. So as I was saying, the first level, quote unquote, the first puzzle that you have to answer on the computer UI is really going to have to be here. You have the bookcases, you have like a blue book, you know, an orange book right there. Oops, it's hard to see. Okay, there's something annoying about this screen, and it's why is it off screen? Like this. Okay, like wait, was it always off center? Could I always not see the entire of? Okay, that's why it felt like it was a much more centered when it was like to the left before. I couldn't see the whole screen. Whoa, I can see so much more. Yo, the POV is so much better. Wow, that's crazy. And now I can understand a lot more where I'm looking at because it's centered, right? I'm looking at what's centered. I'm clicking in the center, but I do need a crosshair. That's something I should probably add. That should be like a HUD attached to the player. This blue book really pops out. This orange book really pops out. This green book really pops out, and this yellow book really pops out. So basically here, either you're gonna have to say like blue, orange, green, and yellow, or you're gonna have to go with like, you know, I think there may be like, when you open the UI on screen, maybe there's gonna be a text saying a hint, and then you can select colors and maybe rearrange their order, or, you know, we'll see how we do that. And then finally you click submit to see if you got the answer. So I think that what it might say might be from top left to bottom right. It might say this, and then you have to realize that actually the order is like from top left, boom. This is actually the first one. If you act as if they're all in the same bookcase, right? That would be like this. This one first, then this one, then this one, and then the orange. And actually, funnily enough, this is true as well here, right? If I inverted the yellow and the green, it would actually be confusing because if you act as if they're the same bookcase, the green is first, but then, in the actual order, the yellow would be first. But in this case, you can actually just look at the map like this, right? Though I might want to inverse those two just to, just to make sure that, they're inverted. And maybe you could even ask for an additional hint, which would be, all bookcases are the same or something like that, or all bookcases unite as one, something like this, which would make the puzzle clearer. But for now, there's no confusion. If you understand that we're talking about the colors of the books in the bookcases, from top left to bottom right, that's from left to right and from top to bottom, basically. Yep. Okay. Although there's also this way that you could look at this. And if you do it like that, actually orange is first. Then, yeah, then it's a bit too complicated. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it, I think I'm going to leave them in that order. And I'm going to say, like I said, so it's going to be like green, yellow, blue, and orange, the puzzle. So that's pretty interesting. And yeah, when you click on the computer, instead of just opening this, it's going to open a UI. And this UI is going to be the puzzle that I just said. Okay, so that's cool. I would just like to add one quick task here. Okay, stop moving this. This is annoying. And this, I think I'm going to put it first, in fact. So cross hair HUD. Okay, so I'm going to add a player HUD, which is like a little crosshair. Like this, right? Okay, that's good. The to-do is good here. Okay, that being said, the stream is now done officially, okay? I don't want to see you guys anymore for today. I've streamed enough. If I look, I've been streaming for 4 hours, maybe even a little more than that. So now I need to go walk my doggo. She probably needs to pee. And bye-bye. I hope to see you tomorrow, where we're going to be continuing our UI and HUD shenanigans.